Hey, discovered you yesterday through Jim Lee. Your stop on Instagram is awesome. Thank you, Nemu, Nemu Lewis. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, that raid was awesome. Hoping to be able to finish this up today. I wanted to kind of like get off the other day and just kind of let my brain rest so I can like do proper diligence for this piece because it's turning out pretty well, I think. So. How long do your streams usually go for? Like 5 to 6, 7 hours. You know, kind of depending on the day, but kind of like in that 5 to 7 hour range. That's usually what I aim for. But yeah. I gotta basically carefully shade everything in, finish it up, clean it up, and post it. Super nice that it's not hot. Super hot today. But yeah, I already played a little bit of video games this morning. Kind of did all the sort of morning chores and yeah, just back at it with the streaming. But it's super cool that people like Jim Lee will stream. He basically, with that raid, he basically grew my account like 14% yesterday with that one raid. It's in terms of like total followership. Pretty crazy. You are making great progress. Thank you. I'm a huge fan. I appreciate that. Thank you. Rini Ren, yay, happy Monday. Thank you, Rini Ray. Yeah, today is going to be a finish up day. I kind of stopped a little bit earlier at 6 hours, 6.5 hours yesterday, but I kind of, like the raid and everything, like, it wore my brain down in some sense, and I wanted to come back to this piece with a fresh brain and finish it, you know, because there's that temptation to kind of like rush through things when you're being watched by too many people. So I'm like, I need to, because it's turning out too well to rush through. You know, that kind of thing. Happy Monday indeed. Yeah, I love that the temperature is like dropped a little bit, because I'm only air conditioning the dog room, so like at least like the morning will be nice. I do have a fan, but you know. But I've gotten used to it, honestly. Like, you really do like grow to get used to the temperature. How's everyone doing out there? Can you guys hear the music fine, or is it too low? It's always impossible for me to tell like what you guys can and can't hear, because like I was like re-listening to my other stream the other day, and I like literally just couldn't hear anything in terms of like the music, and I want it to be kind of like ambience in the background, but even though this character kind of is like sort of generic, and I didn't really like do very specific like stuff to him, but I still like really like the way it turned out. Um, Overall. I always wonder if my Twitch will overtake YouTube, and it always seems like it will, and then it kind of and then YouTube starts growing again. So like I'm like I almost kind of like want Twitch to win, just to kind of like, but they've been growing at like suspiciously even scales. Like they just don't ever over like every time the one speeds up, the other one speeds up. There's almost like some sort of like weird kind of connection. I don't know. I just can't get the one to win over the other. I'm sorry, I got an itchy eye. I know you're not supposed to like itch it, but Abby the first. Oh, hey, Abby. You missed it. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but there's a big thing that happened. I got raided by Jim Lee, and it was crazy. But I like that. That's the funny thing is like all the regulars like came in towards the end of the drawing session, and then like you guys missed the part where I was famous for a minute. Jim Lee, he's like a legendary comic book artist. And all the regulars missed it. I'd be the first. Can you? Oh, cool. Did you get some new followers? Yeah, it definitely did propel the account like I think it was like 88 follows or something crazy like that. Now, I had to leave early because like I wanted to kind of have a fresh brain to like finish this piece up. I didn't want to like kind of force myself to rush through it. But yeah. Can you hear the so typical? Oh, I know. Hey, I was here. That's true. That's true. Rennie Ren was here. That is true. Can you guys hear the music fine? Because it seems like every time I go to turn it up a little bit, it bites me because it's like then it gets like super loud. So I try to like, but I don't want to not have ambience. It just feels like there should be ambience. That's awesome. I was watching Jim some yesterday, but I had to do some errands. I missed a raid. That would have been cool. Yeah, yeah. I like the gold touches. It's actually orange, but isn't it interesting how orange? Like I was going for brass, right? And to me, like orange with mixed with like graphite and like a little bit of yellow looks brassy. And I think that's like really interesting how color works. Because I'm pretty much colorblind, but I remember doing something like, or like maybe brown and orange. They kind of look brassy, and I don't know. I think it's interesting. Everyone's been saying gold, and it a lot of it is just the light is blowing out the colors. You know what I mean? It's just that's one thing. That's one thing. It's like the eternal fight of Smiley Sloth. Your work is phenomenal. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. See, it's good that I left in the description that praise and admiration is acceptable and encouraged. It seems like people do look at that. But yeah, it's not gold. It's orange. But part of it is the light is blowing out the colors, and like the camera tends to desaturate the colors a little bit, and all that good stuff. And every time I like adjust the light, like let's say any which way, I just get a different problem. And it's like, you know what I mean? If I do this, it's like it just I don't know. It's one of those. It's one of the great challenges of streaming traditional art is like I can close off the camera lens and it just creates new problems. I can do that and it creates a new problem. But sometimes you get like a good day where like it seems like the light is on point. So I'm gonna try and I'm gonna fidget with it, but I'm gonna try not to fidget with it too much. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. The color on my screen may be different than the real color camera to driver to internet to video card to driver to monitor to driver output may not be accurate. Oh, that's true. Yeah, because everyone's been saying gold, and I believe that what they're seeing is gold. Uh, but yeah, it's actually like an intensely bright orange. By the way, I ordered ever since I discovered the chalky pencil thing. It's like revolutionized my thinking of blending and things of that nature. Because now I can it's like it's almost like playing it's almost like I'm playing with paint because you can keep blending stuff and redoing on top of that and getting like all these variations. So I ordered some pastels, so I'm kind of excited to like get them in and use them. I'm gonna run some Skyrim uh, in terms of the music. Let me know if it's too loud. Contrast on the wings is awesome. Yeah, and I'm going to work on the wings some more. I got to clean them up a little bit. But yeah, I think that I use that French compressed charcoal pencil. It's like, it just creates darkness. It's really awesome. And you can create like very dynamic. But that's what I wanted. I wanted like that kind of like dark wing look. And I'm going to like slowly build up the darkness too on this side a little bit. But yeah, I appreciate you saying that because that is what I was going for. How long does something like this take you? I think this is the third stream. So the other ones were, I think, man, I forgot if this is the third or fourth. I think this is the fourth one. So it was 776, whatever that adds up to. And then today will probably be like a 6 or a 5 or so. I'm definitely going to finish it today, but we'll kind of see. This will probably be like a 28-hour work, I think. Yeah, 14, like around 28 hours for something like this. I found white chalk in a 5.6. Really? I found white chalk in a 5.6 millimeter stick. I use them in a lead holder and don't have to shave wood off anymore. It's amazing. Easier to sharpen too. Rini Ren, send me the link to what you're talking about, please. I need to have that in my arsenal because I love white charcoal and all that kind of stuff, or whatever, pencil, and I need what you're talking about. I need it. I need that in my arsenal. I need to have the link. It's create a color? Okay. Let me look that up really quick. Create a color, okay. I'll keep a tab open for it. Create a color at Amazon. I need. It sounds like you're saying like it's a mechanical white charcoal pencil, right? Like that's kind of what I'm hearing. Anyway, I'll have to look into it. It's not like an absolute necessity, but I definitely would enjoy a pencil that I don't have to sharpen and things of that nature. If you search Amazon create a color white chalk, it should come up. Mr. Nubbins can rest. Yeah, I think I lost track of Mr. Like, it probably fell and rolled under the desk, but he's still around. I just can't find him. I'm just sort of curious what will come up. Oh, I see what you're talking. Okay. Okay. And you're saying they're good? Because some, like, I definitely have seen, like, a lot of variation in quality in terms of, like, I've seen white chalk that, like, it, like, goes over everything no matter how many times you've layered pencil. And then some of it is, like, not like that. It's very much like you get, like, if it's not on paper that hasn't been messed with, it doesn't, like, want to get on there. And I feel like the chalkier the pencil, the more it has, like, resilience. I was gonna say I'll probably finish this today, but now I'm thinking, like, if I just talk all stream, which I don't mind doing, I'm going to not finish it. But I'm gonna try and keep steady pace. But sometimes you gotta just yap during the stream the entire time. You know what I mean? I think a good yapping stream is, like, always a good idea. I just can't scare off the new. I just can't, like, get really wild and scare off the new people. Gardner 81. Very cool. It's like a Renaissance Predator Angel. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, that's the energy. Yeah. Oh my god. Uh, CS Aiken Bulk 12. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I'm trying to make this, build up the shape and shadowing on it because I do want that wing to be a little darker going up here. Neon Tinty, thank you for the emoji. How's your day going? Feeling sleepy, slow Monday. Nice. Yeah, I hate like when I get up and then I feel like I did rest, but then I get hit with the sleepies. And I'm like, I just need another quick 8 hours of sleep and I'll be good. Love seeing your progress. Looks awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to give this kind of like room to breathe and kind of finish it up slowly today. You know, just kind of clean things up and all that good stuff. I didn't want to rush through it. I could have finished it yesterday. I could feel my brain just kind of like starting to zone out. So I stopped streaming and just went about my day. But yeah, today it's going to get finished. I feel kind of bad. I'm supposed to be painting some miniature Warhammer figures, the Tau for my friend, but that stuff makes my eyes so tired that like I'd have to have like specialized equipment to like see the little parts to paint them. And after like streaming for like after drawing for 5 to 8 hours, like my eyes just aren't like I just can't I just can't paint little figures. How often do you draw? How often do you draw, and how long are your sessions? Usually, I stream daily, and my sessions are usually 5 to 8 hours. That's kind of what I aim. Or recently, it's been more like 7, but kind of within that range. 5 being probably like the minimum. But yeah, I draw. I've been drawing pretty steady daily every single day. Underdog Art Warrior looking awesome. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna try and finish it up. I could never. My brain is done after 3 to 4 hours. I'm getting distracted too easily. You know, my brain does wear out. Like if like if I was sketching or like drawing like a new like a 50. If I was drawing something new every 15 minutes, my brain would have that same effect. But if it's just like rendering, you know what I mean. Most of the work is the first like that 20% when you're like establishing the form and stuff like that. That's where like the brain work is, and then after that, I'm not saying this isn't work. It's just like for me, this is like way easier to do. It's just more time consuming, and you gotta like care. Well, it's like you with rendering, you think, and then you do for like 5 minutes, right? Like you're like slowly working on what you just thought. But with like drawing, you're like thinking intensely as you're doing it for like extended period of time, which like wears out the brain very quickly. So it's like if I was drawing like I did these like I was gonna do like every week I was gonna do one day where I just sketched live, And I noticed that my brain was just getting worn out super quick because it's nowhere near it. It's like, you know, you're actually like thinking through the problem the entire time. So yeah, I 3 to 4 hours of drawing is about what I have. But in terms of like working like just this kind of stuff where I'm like cleaning stuff up and rendering, that is more of a, you know, just a lot easier, at least for me. It makes sense. I'm mainly working in my sketchbook right now, try new things out with new sketch every 30 minutes. Yeah, I think 30 minutes. I think I was doing 15, but yeah, 30 minutes is a good time frame to get like an idea across and move on to the next concept. 30 minutes is good. But I do think like shortening that time, like it's like more exercise. Like it's like if you really want to just exercise the brain, that's like the way to do it. Shorten that time down to like 3 minutes, and then you're like you're really. But I don't do it that often. I was doing it for a little bit on streaming, which I probably need to go back to doing that because a lot of times I'll do the sort of the pre-sketch before I start streaming because it's just a lot easier to like think and kind of roam around with ideas, and then you know I do start from zero, you know, during a stream and just draw the whole thing out from start to finish. But sometimes I'll start with before I start streaming, and then just kind of work off of that. Oh, by the way, like a good thing to do if you post like content online, is to have like, I know this sounds ridiculous, but like I have like, well, you can see like multiple monitors, but one of the main ones is like my old television, which has developed this yellowish hue, and between like my phone, which I got my old phone and my new phone, and like various like monitors that vary from cheap Walmart monitors all the way to like a, like a more expensive monitor, I get to have a pretty good idea of how like a post is gonna come across visually across the spectrum. And it's not necessary, of course, but it does help to get an idea of like, this is gonna look good here, a little bit warmer here, and I like to do that. Dai Biba, hey, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. I guess it depends on the subject too. I'm almost zen when sketching flowers, but learning hands is so tiring. Every line seems noob. I totally understand what you mean. Yeah. Like for me, it's like that with creatures. Creatures tend to be like a little easy. You know what I mean? You're kind of like, it's more riffing and just exploring. It's hard to draw stuff that's like, based off of real life. You gotta like, it's gotta look like that thing, and that's exhausting. Usually, like whenever I do the flower equivalent of just like randomized sketching, I usually do these kind of like stone structures and just kind of build them up. That's kind of like my version of like randomly drawing things, is just sort of weird geometric kind of like rock formations or something like that. New stuff is always hard, yeah. I've been slowly. There's a bunch of good artists on Instagram that post kind of like anatomical breakdowns. I've been clipping that and building up like a little folder on my computer of like things that I found that were very understandable to look at. So I kind of have like a little collection going of references. Like I need to actually look at it instead of just collecting. But yeah, I'm slowly building like a library of muscle structures for humans. Eventually, I'll get good at it. Sometimes it's hard, but like when you look at anatomical books, it's like it's hard to actually understand sometimes like you're looking at. So like when I find something really good where it's like very clear, even those medical things, some of those like medical charts, they're sort of a little goofy sometimes um, compared to some breakdowns. So I've slowly started building my own kind of internal digital library to reference. For how long are you working on your drawing now? This is it's gonna end up being somewhere in the 28-hour yeah, like a 28-ish hour range, and I'm kind of nearing. I'm probably at 80% now, so kind of like however that math breaks down. But whenever I do just a single character like this, it usually kind of moves at a good pace. It only like really gets bogged down when you start adding in like all the other. Well, actually, I did want to do from like this spear thing, like kind of like a cloth kind of flowing down deal. So if I add that, it's going to add some time. But I think if it's going to add some dynamic, more dynamic kind of feel to it, then I'll add it. I also got to finish this hand, actually. But yeah, it takes me. I'm like kind of a mid-range. I aim for the mid-range for my kind of work. I'm not like a. I don't want to spend 120 hours or 600 hours. I'm kind of like in that 27 to 40 hour range. I feel like it's enough time to like get the idea across and get a good quality product. I draw on the 9x12 size pieces, or pieces of paper, so I can get things done reasonably fast, I think. I'm just not into the whole like, doing super long, multi-month kind of like rendering. That I like to kind of like 3-4 days ideally, and I move on to the next piece. That's kind of like what I aim for in that kind of range. I think I just basically designed it around myself. Like, how long do I want to explore a concept before I kind of move on, And I feel like that's a good zone where I'm like, okay, I've explored this. This is good. Let's move on, And that's kind of the pace I move in. I'm a medical assistant, worked on orthopedics, and thought I know how these things look, but then drawing them shows me I know nothing. Yeah, I kind of have the same issue with like obviously like I've gotten better, but sometimes I'm like, I was drawing, I was like following an anatomy book, and every day I would draw for 40 minutes like these muscle structures on the arm, and then like once I stopped, it all kind of like faded into fog, and I'm like, and I thought I had a pretty good grasp of it, but it's like a language you gotta practice. Otherwise, it does kind of like even though I draw a lot, it's like it just kind of fades. What I need to do is like I need to have like I need to print out like a board of these like anatomical, like the base, anatomical things you like look at. Just have it in front of me all the time and just like draw it in my mind, and like look over there and just draw it in my mind again and again. Because I don't know, it just, especially with like the back muscles and stuff, it all just kind of like I have to reference it because it just kind of slowly fades into the abyss. Even though I thought like I'll remember this forever, and I still like it still kind of fades. So after I draw creatures for a while, I kind of like start to forget exactly how the one fold goes into another. It's confusing. The forearms, they're not easy. Like, because it's like a cylinder where the muscles are like stretching like down and forward, and like it's like it's hard to get a grasp of it. I think like some people have a better like working memory. They can see it and remember it, and some people like it's just an endless struggle. Oh my god. Um, Path. Thank you, Path. Thank you for the follow. What's up, Home Skillet? Hey, Future Oil, how's your day going? Sometimes when I stretch like that, like one of my neck muscles will seize up, and I'll have like a cramp in my neck muscle, and I have to just sit there and wait for it to stop hurting. I don't know if I'm the only one, or if I need to eat a banana or something. I don't know. Maybe it's like low potassium, but sometimes I get like weird neck cramps. Have a headache today? Dang. Maybe have a sip of coffee. Like, kind of coffee can like kind of, I don't know. For me, caffeine like always alleviates headaches like almost instantly. So I can't remember if it constricts or opens up your vessels, but something happens and it's helps. At least me. May have to. Yeah, just have like a half a cup of coffee or whatever, and then stop. And that usually like that and closing your eyes or something, you know. Your art is incredible. Clap, clap. Thank you, Paf. I appreciate that. Try magnesium and potassium combo for cramps. Yeah, sometimes it's my leg too, but like, kind of like it's kind of been more necky lately. But yeah, sometimes like it's like when it happens to my calf, which does happen, right? What's weird, I haven't even been like working out or really doing any meaningful exercise. Usually that's when it happens if I like, I don't know, go like run or something, right? Which I don't do, but you know, if I did do that, in theory, that's when it usually happens. But yeah, it's like it feels like you're getting like you got shot in the leg, and you just have to like hold out for like 30 seconds and like revel in pain until it like just fades. And I'm like, that it's just such a, because it always happens in the morning too. You know, it's like a good wake up kind of signal. It's like my biggest fear is stretching in the morning, because that's when it gets you. But yeah, Path, thank you for your kind words. Then you definitely need both. I've had it as a teen a lot too. Isn't that weird? I've had well, I had it the worst when I did martial arts and stuff. Like when I did like competitive sports, it's like I had it then bad. Now it's like once in a while you get caught off guard, like relaxing a little bit, and it gets you. But like, it's just weird, right? Like, and then like for a minute there was like a good couple of weeks where it was like super. It was like all I had it like all the time in my neck, like it would just like kick on, and then it like died down. I don't know what it is. It's just like it comes and goes. I don't speak English. I'm from Argentina, but I thought your art was beautiful. Thank you. Are you using like a translator? But yeah. Coffee also reduces magnesium. Oh, does it really? Because I used to drink a lot of. I had to like stop coffee just because I don't regulate it well. Like I was talking about this the other day. Is like once you go through the honeymoon period of coffee drinking, like that first week when you kind of get back into it. After that, it's just like I just keep drinking it all day, and I'll start like shaking, and like it's like just bad. I have to like quit and just stop for a few months, and then eventually I forget why I stopped, and I go back, and I'm like, oh, that's right, yeah, I remember now. Like I just can't. I always forget why I stopped drinking coffee. And I'm like, why? This is so wonderful. Coffee doesn't ask, coffee understands. Exactly. Oh, Carmen Soul, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Coffee is my life. See, it was like that. For the longest time, that's exactly how I experienced coffee. I never had anything, it's not until I got, like, older that, like, things started falling apart. Like, I used to be able to drink coffee. I didn't even feel, really, the caffeine effect. And then I did, and then like I started getting fog brain, and then like it was just the weirdest thing. Like it just reversed all the nice effects of coffee, and all the negatives started happening. I don't know, and then like I started like intermittently quitting, and now I pretty much don't drink it until unless it's like a rare occasion that I really feel like I want to taste it again. But yeah, I need to like start. I need to start. I was talking about this the other day, and I ended up not doing it because it was like there was like clouds outside, like dark brooding clouds. But I need to start like going and hiking or something, like going and physically exercising to some extent, um, or something like that.
But yeah, today, oops, to my bug zapper. Add pumpkin and sunflower seeds to your diet for magnesium, banana for potassium, less cramps. Good sleep is necessary. It is. I actually have been getting like really good sleep. My sleep has been like pretty good, and part of that is just double dipping. Like I'll wake up and I'm like, I'm not ready to get up yet, and then I'll go back to sleep. But yeah, it's been wonderful. Having good sleep, you notice your health getting just better. Your mood overall increase. You know, just everything just gets better with good sleep. I used to work like 12-hour shifts, and it was difficult because like you got to get off work and have a little bit of fun, right? And so and then like there's this perpetual like, you know, I don't know. But yeah, when I used to work in that environment, it was hard to get enough sleep because it's hard to just go to bed when you get off work. It's like I gotta sit here and stare at YouTube a little bit, you know. Do you do this for fun or are they commissions? This is for fun. This one's for fun. I did do commissions for Dermaria, or whatever. I'll like do commissions here and there, but like I mostly just draw for fun. Mostly like D&D characters for people, you know, something they can identify with, that kind of thing. I've yet to actually play D&D, but I support D&D. I just don't play it. I'm not against it. I like the idea. I just, you know, just never found my group, I guess. And it seems like a huge time. Honestly, the thing is it seems like a crazy time commitment. That's the other issue. Is like it's hard to commit to a multi-year campaign. But seeds may have a ton of salt. Seeds may have a ton of salt? Do seeds have salt naturally? I already eat a ton of salt. I think. So I'm not by unsalted. Yeah, right. Like the police comes to your door and they're like, we noticed you have some unsalted seeds, so we're gonna need to change that. I'll look for them, but it's rare, I think. Seeds? Like, are you talking sunflower? Oh, sunflower seeds. Maybe in America that's a thing. I'm not really sure about other countries. Maybe America might be like one of those places where it just isn't like a thing to like get sunflower seeds. I'm trying to think if I've ever actually, because normally if you do buy sunflower seeds at like a gas station, it's like it's packaged like a snack, right? It's like a little thing. In Germany, unsalted seeds are so popular. See, it was like that in Belarus too. You'd have like old babushkas like sitting on the side of the road selling like sunflower seeds, salted and unsalted. Like it was a thing there. In America, it's like a different thing. It might. I'm sure you can find right if you type in unsalted sunflower seeds into Amazon, you're gonna find unsalted seeds on Amazon, and it'll be delivered to your door unsalted. But if you go to your local store, you may not be able to find unsalted sunflower seeds. It just isn't. I don't remember last time I've seen a sunflower seed in America. It's like it doesn't exist. I mean, or unless it's like a gas station kind of like beer snack, and which is also always salted. Yeah, last time I forced myself to go walking, usually like hour and a half or something like that, just walking with a backpack and water. I felt so much better. I just need to like do it. I need to just go and do that and stop not doing it. Even the kettlebell, well, the kettlebell was even better. Like if you can like wear yourself out in like a 15-minute period, it's like you do feel better for the rest of the day. It's like if you could have that in pill form, it would sell like crazy. But yeah, exercise is like super good. But I just do it for like the mental kind of like, what it does to you mentally. You just kind of like chill out after that. In Poland, you can buy whole sunflowers on street corner. No. Gotcha, you're in Germany. Yep, here in the US, may have to order online. You can buy whole sunflower on every street corner. Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess it's more of a, I'm surprised because it doesn't feel like a European thing. I thought it was just like a Belarus thing that or Ukraine, like that's like their almost a national symbol, like the sunflower seed thing. I just thought it was like an Eastern European thing. I'm very surprised that like I didn't, that Germans eat sunflower seeds. Like, doesn't seem right. Doesn't add up. I don't know. Where are you all from? I'm from, well, I live in Germany too. You can get them at every supermarket. Nice. Well, Yeah, we're both from USA, and me and Future Oil are from the same state, apparently. But originally, I'm from Belarus. But yeah, I live in Illinois now, which is like, it's all right. I don't have too many complaints about it. Um, Hi, 8 from Germany too. Nice. Daibiba. Kusen Gecht Ras. I don't know what that means. I also am not sure I said it right. We don't like to do things that are healthy in the US. That's true. We do kind of we don't really enjoy health too much. The government doesn't want us to be alive forever. I don't think I don't know what the government wants. That means sending kisses? Oh, nice. Yeah, my fluent German. I only know like I don't know, probably I'm going to say if I had to remember probably like 10 words in German. The first two are from Rammstein, Du hast, right? From that song. Du hast mich, like that song. Remember that song? So those four words I know. I don't know what they mean, but I know they are words in German. And then I used to be able to count to like 5 in kindergarten. They taught us that. So like I probably collectively know like 10 maybe more. Um, you know, but yeah, I know Du hast. Like all the German I know is from like listening to Rammstein back in the day. Du hast, you have, du hast, you hate. So what's the difference between hast and hast? Is it just a longer S? Like you just stretch out that? That's confusing because you don't want to get those confused if you're talking to somebody. You don't want to. Just seems like it's two really similar. Hate and have, right next to each other. We have a thunderstorm here right now. Sounds like Earth is ending. We had some pretty bad ones. We had some pretty bad storms lately. Yeah, I usually, yeah, it's like you don't want to burn your computer out if lightning hits, but usually I'm too lazy to turn it off, actually. I just risk it every single time. True. So, in the song, it's kind of like you put the German accent in so in the song it's kind of double meaning with you have and you hate me. Oh, okay, nice. Sorry, got the wrong letter on my keyboard. It was too fast. Kusen. Wait, cushion. I think I'm gonna return to this area and do another pass on it. But right now I kind of want to move up here and kind of work on this arm. I gotta finish this arm up here a little bit. I love it when English speakers try to read German. It's just the best. I just know one thing about Germans, and is that they can't say the word squirrel. That's what I heard. So I don't know if that's true. It might be a harmful stereotype, but yeah, it is fun to read it. But other way around, it's the same. I don't. Yeah, I couldn't. I'm not sure how to say EIC8. Eichhorchen. Eichhorchen. IE is the I. Oh, EI is like the I. So that's just, you just say I for that. Add attack. Eichhorchen. One day I'll get it. Back, this is all I know in German. Get to the chopper. I think Arnold, because you're referencing Arnold, right? I'm pretty sure he's from Austria, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be mistaken about that. But I thought I saw a documentary about him, and his dad wanted him to, like, when he was like escaping to America. I don't want to say escaping because he wasn't like escaping from Austria, but his dad wanted him to be in the military or something, to be in like the tank. Oh yes, Arnold was originally from Austria, and then he like wanted to become a bodybuilder, but his dad wanted him to be in the military or something. And then it was like a documentary I watched. I have no idea what this is about. He's referencing a quote from the movie, but I also don't understand how that's German. But yeah, Arnold is from... I just happen to know that because I happen to be like late watching one of some documentary, and I'm like, oh, I just now I have that in my storage. Yeah, he got in at a good time into being like an actor. I feel like today, like pulling off like going from pro bodybuilder into like breaking into movies, like the path he took to success is like that door of like 80s Hollywood kind of like success star of being like a muscle bound action hero. Like that's like gone. You know what I mean? Like that door has closed. It's he, but yeah, I'm sure he would still be like successful if he did was like had to redo it. But that path that he took, it's like, you know, you just can't bodybuild your way into. I could be wrong, but it seems like that it's the idea of like jumping like that to stardom is like that road has kind of closed off. But same language, so I guess it counts. I thought they were like I thought it was like Belarusian and Russian, where they're like or like Ukrainian, where they're like similar enough to where like that's what I always assumed is they're like similar enough to where like you guys could if had to understand each other, but you'd have to like struggle. That's what I assumed. I had no idea that they were like literally the same. Your subject, Your subject obviously never skips the gym. Oh, my drawing, yeah. Well, no, he's just like that. It's like my dog. Some people, I've seen people who never work out and are not like they don't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, obviously, but they are muscle bound by nature. And some people go to the gym and they look very average. And it's like it's super like my dog is like that. Like he looks like he's lifted weights his entire life, and all he does is sleep and eat food. And he has huge neck muscles, and it's like insanely unfair how genetics like distribute themselves. It's like, oh, you just get that, and other people just don't get it, and that's just what it is. In college, I had a crush on a couple of German ladies. One was called Bebeth. The other one, I didn't know her name. Nice. The same language, but with different dialects. But also in Germany, we have a lot of different dialects, just like English, Texas sounds do. Dude, that's interesting. I never even thought about that. There's cause you honestly you had like, even in Belarus, you had like if you went to like a village somewhere, you could find people that speak the same language, and it's like you can barely like if it's like an old grandma from some rural village in like eastern, you can barely understand what they're saying. It's crazy how different it is in the same country, even though like you're speaking the same language. It's just insane how much it can be different. Yeah, I speak the correct version of English. Everyone else is wrong. My English is the correct version. I feel that, yeah. I moved to a heavy dialect region and had to actually learn to understand people. Right, yeah. Yeah, see, I was talking to a military buddy of mine who served in the military, right? And he was in Germany, and he said that his perception of Germany was that everyone speaks English, and I bet it's because of the area he was in. Like, if you're in the military base, you're probably just surrounded by English-speaking Germans. So he was like, yeah, they just all like he was like they don't speak German in German. Like he's like, I guess like that's where he was, right? Like, but he just told me it's like he basically didn't even hear it that much. But I guess it's because of the sort of the infrastructure he was surrounded by. Um, and by very, it's really hard to understand. Understand. That's funny. I felt that. Also, older people in my region speak plot. It's also hard to understand. Yeah, I mean, the Irish they technically speak English, and they're not coherently like you can literally have to struggle to. Like I know people in America like they can't watch British movies because they're like they literally can't understand them, and I actually thought that that was like ridiculous because I can understand British English like easily, even like the heavier stuff, you know. But yeah, some people like they can't do it. But there is versions of English where it's like, yo, a bottle of water, you know, that kind of thing. Same thing. Yeah, it's interesting how all that kind of like works out. I learned British English first, American later. Yeah, that would kind of make sense because like you guys would probably be exposed to their media, right? It would like make sense that kind of thing. I guess I am. So Dai Biva, I have to ask a very American question. Are you cute? Future, are you hitting on my viewers? I guess I am. Lived once near the Ramstein Air Force Base and had some soldiers from there as customers, but they never spoke a word with me. Yeah, like American soldiers, I'm guessing. More, you know. Oh, isn't it where the nature one is? Americans, yeah, they only pointed with their fingers at what they wanted and were very grumpy. Oh, sorry to hear that. That's so funny though. Yeah, I talked with my buddy that's in the military. It seems like the U.S. Army is pretty it's a pretty stressful environment. So at least if you're in like logistics, that's what he did. Ist da nicht die Nature One immer? Also das Festival war das nicht die Echi Mali Millar Station? Fluent. No, the actual Air Force Base, Ramstein near Karl. She. Ten out of 10. Thank you. But yeah, I moved here. I moved to the United States with my parents at 9 years old. So I've been here forever, and it's pretty enjoyable. I mean, I like America. I don't have too much to complain about. Overall positive experience. We might have to move to Germany. It just seems like moving is like hard. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to jump through loopholes and do the paperwork for all that. I'll be honest, like I might travel one day, but like moving to a place like you have to learn the language. There's like so many loopholes to jump through. It sounds exhausting. I mean, it's beautiful here. I'm sure it is. I think like if I went to Europe, I just want to like look at the castles and go back and cathedrals and go back. But I'm so Americanized and I'm so used to our infrastructure and our kind of like way of life. Like it would be hard for me to like adapt to like you know what I mean the differences and stuff. May I ask which Bundesland you live? Rainland, Flots, and you. Platz is beautiful. Live in Bawu, close to Austrian border. It's really nice. I'll go to Austria next week. I'll go to Austria next week. Nice. Yeah, if you guys are from Europe, you guys would hate it here. Like in Illinois, especially, I guess it depends on where you live. Because if you're in Chicago, it's different. But I live in like there are beautiful places, but you have to go to them physically. You have to like go there. Most of the landscape here is flat cornfields. That's it. That's it. Endless rows of cornfields. So you guys would probably not like it here. If you're like used to looking at things that are like like interesting, you're not gonna like it here for very long. Unless you go to Chicago, then it gets more interesting. Sounds depressing. Probably will. It is. It is depressing. You have to like, find things to do, because it's like looking at like. I mean, there are like there are like parks you can go to that are like insanely beautiful, but that's like it's not like you're gonna leave your house and walk into that. You gotta specifically go look for that, it's just a very flat landscape with like Casey's gas station and like McDonald's. Like it's just the same like kind of thing over and over again. A Walmart, McDonald's, Casey's. I'd love to visit the U.S. one day. There are so many beautiful there are. It's just where we live is like not like that. Here we live in an area of a lot of green fields, mountains, lots of yeah. I feel like Europe is like more hilly, like mountains. I know it's not like that everywhere. I'm sure it's like awful in some places, but it seems like there's more like elevation difference and stuff. You know what I mean? And like just because like a lot of time went by, so there's like more structures from the ancient times. I feel like, you know what I mean, like there's stuff to look at randomly, whereas here it's like you're gonna have to travel far and wide. I mean, it's here, it's just you gotta go do it to go see it. But not much cities, but many small towns. Yeah, it would be cool to see like those idyllic kind of like European villages or whatever. I'm sure that still like exists or whatever. That'd be nice to go see. Guys, when you visit the Lake Constance in South Germany, you'll see the mountains even from your toilet windows. Yeah, see. We have the Alps here and four countries. I mean, we do have mountains. You can like go to Appalachia or something. I don't know where they are, but like it's I'm just too lazy to go see it. Like, but I need to probably. I did have like some friends invite me out to Washington State, which I should have went, but I was like, my life was in a different situation. I didn't have like the time to go, and I didn't have like a car that was like reliable enough to like just go across the country like that all willy nilly. And but yeah, if I ever get invited to go to Washington State or like something where there's like a lot of nature and cool stuff to see, I'll have to go. And so I just I don't naturally like just go somewhere, you know. I'm like a hobbit. Basically, I'm basically like a hobbit in turn. You know what I mean? I don't leave my house unless there's like a ring to go throw into a cave or something. Uh, the Alps are so beautiful. I visited them sometimes as a kid. Also, the castles, Neusch, Ni- Neuschwanstein and Hochschwangau look like a Disney movie. Rini Ren says, I live in Washington. Oh, see, I thought when they were saying Washington, I thought they meant like they lived in Washington, like the, like, not the state. I got like confused and embarrassed. I'm like, oh, I thought you guys were talking about like you live in Washington D.C. I don't know. I didn't understand. But anyway, I should go out there, and I hear good things about that place in terms of like natural beauty and stuff. So I'm gonna go see one day. It's just like I didn't have the I had a dog, you know, I have a dog, and then I'm like, okay, if I take the dog, but then like I gotta like put in time for work, and my car wasn't like in the shape, you know what I mean? So there was like a bunch of things that were like kind of like not lining up for me to be able to like just leave for a week. The state, yes, yeah. No, I hear good things about it. I feel like it would be like if I never went to Europe, that would be kind of sad. I feel like I should go to Europe at some point. You know what I mean? I feel like everyone should probably do that, and you know, that seems like a thing I gotta go do. But I just gotta become that guy to like goes places. It's just that like I got a house to stop and like to end going places. You know what I mean? I needed a home. I needed like a base, and I'm like, oh, finally, now I don't have to go anywhere. I love it. It'll be cinch that Beba just has to say we are her long lost brothers from America. It's probably not as expensive as like I imagine. Maybe nowadays it is, but I don't know. I'm sure you can do it kind of like on the cheap, but Finally, I found the rest of my family. I super need to do like more of these like winged creatures kind of thing. Um, I'll post progress on my Insta. Posted a quick snippet of my current oil painting on YouTube. I want to see it. I posted progress on my Insta. I'll check it out in a minute. But yeah, he does painting. I'm definitely, like I said, I'm definitely gonna go walk today for sure. Like that's for sure happening after the stream. Well, like, obviously my dog, but I'm going to start walking. Maybe not daily, but every other daily, or once or twice a week, maybe. That's gonna start happening. Yeah, go ahead. I'll check it out too. Noise. Mexican Revolution surprise gift for a fan who loves history. Yeah, for my cousin who will see next weekend, shows Pancho Villa and General Angel's picture was from around 1915. Dude, it's weird when you like look at photographs from back then, cause like you get a glimpse into like what things were. You know, that's what kind of like why I want to see like castles in Europe is like it kind of gives you a glimpse into like you can kind of imagine like you can kind of imagine being there a little bit. You know what I mean? Like like what it was like. Not really, obviously, but like, but you know, it's kind of cool to like sort of, I don't know, glimpse into it. I guess to the extent that it's possible. I would like to get set up with like if I if there was like some service where you could like shoot arrows from like a castle at targets. I want to see how hard it is to hit a person. Like, I want to see if it's really hard or is it like actually kind of chill and easy to hit someone with an arrow. You know, from like a bow, like a 90-pound bow. I just want to see like, was it a struggle or was it like who was it dangerous to? I'm sure it's not safe to stand in front of a castle while they're firing arrows, but like, you know what I mean? It's like I need to see. You also draw. Looks nice. Me too. That sounds interesting. Guys, I've tried painting several times and never went super well for me. I wanted to like do watercolor, but then I eventually like, once I figured out I can put little amounts of it on the paper and just like slowly render things out. I eventually like kind of started doing what I do with a pencil, whereas like I just figured out a way to like cheese the system and just like slowly like render it out. And I didn't really do like the whole like, you know how people put blotches of paint on the paper and it like bleeds down and it's like a perfect bird somehow. I'm like, I don't understand how you're doing that, but like, so I couldn't figure out, like I couldn't have like an interesting take on like the watercolor stuff, even though I really wanted to. Like it seemed like people who are like really good at watercolor, it seems like they're on another level of understanding something there. I don't think it gets enough credit because like, you know, it's the coolest thing. And it seems like it's hard. It's not only do you have to understand how to draw, but also like command the like this weird way of drawing. Uh, Mostly landscapes, architecture, very pretty. People just throwing away the sketchbooks in Germany. Who's throwing away sketchbooks? I don't know people who have or had some. I can't tell. Found on a flea market. There was a table with many old things, letters, photos, sketchbooks. Ah, Kuma Wamu! Hey, welcome, welcome. How's it going, Kama Wamu? Wait, Kuma Wamu. Sorry. I try to say everyone's name right, but sometimes it's like, it's, you know. Do you get when you say you flea markets? Do you guys have in Germany? Do you guys have like garage sales? Because you know, like in America, we have like you open your garage and like you like put your garbage out of your house that you want to get rid of, and people give you like $1 for your like screwdriver or something. Do you guys do that in Germany, or is it like it has to be like I don't know, like taken care of differently? I don't know, but garage sales are pretty awesome. Like you can actually kind of. I never go because I just see it like a sea of garbage, and I'm like I have garbage at home, um, but sometimes like I have the two times I have stopped, I did find tools and stuff. for ridiculously cheap prices, but you have to hunt for that stuff. I'm just wondering, do you guys have like does Europe have garage sales? You can get a cheap old school frames here if it fits your style. Flea markets are more common here. So like you guys get, we kind of have like a town flea market. Like it's more of like farmers market, and they sell like the farmers and like grandmas, they make cookies, and they like get together on Saturday or something, and they sell like their pies and weird stuff. We have that like once a week, but other than that, we don't have like a town get together where you sell stuff. But that's kind of cool. You guys just have like a place you go to instead of just having a random garage sale. That's kind of cool. Less garage sales, but more like a market where you go and sell or buy things you just don't need. Dude, I have things I don't need anymore for sure. Something they never tell you about is like how hard it is actually to get rid of something you don't need anymore. It's actually quite a hassle. It's like a mass garage sale on the streets. It sounds like it's a better thing because like, you just, I guess it'd be like more, you go to one place to find like all of the localized kind of garage sales in essence. Whereas like, we just have like these isolated, it is like treasure hunting. Sometimes you can run into something really cool for cheap. You can find rare things, but mostly you'll be running into just piles and piles of garbage. I know some people like they legit live like that. They go to like flea markets or whatever and garage sales and shop online, and then they just like find a way to resell like old stuff. Oh my god, there's a YouTube channel. You guys are gonna love this. A guy's from Poland, right? And his business was like that or whatever. Like he would sell old rustic European like weird stuff like an old bathtub or like a radiator, right? Like things like, and it's like cast iron, right? And it's got like this Victorian kind of flavor or whatever, or like some industrial lamp you can't find. And he would just like find a way to like sell it to people who like wanted that rustic charm. And so because there's I guess there's like infinite amount of this stuff in Europe, like just I don't know, teeming with like old cast iron, that kind of stuff, right? So he like bought a warehouse that he's repairing to have like this mass like store where people will go and like buy this stuff, and he's like been building it over the course of years. And like this factory that he's restoring, he kind of like that became the main project, and he's like put all his money into it. And there's the YouTube channel still exists, and they're like slowly rebuilding it as they're like finding funds to do that. But he wants to eventually like kind of organize this big like market for transferring like old stuff from Europe to sell to like Americans. It's like I think it's kind of a cool concept. It's just like the amount of like effort you need to like pull all that off without having millions of dollars. If you're like repairing every arc and every like doorway and making it compliant with like the safety regulations, is gonna be like 5 more years of like just fixing stuff before you can like open that store. But it sounds like a really cool idea. Yeah, it's like a Polish guy or something. I guess some things would look cool in these less garage sales, but I read that already. It's like a mass garage sale on the streets. Summertime, there was almost every weekend somewhere in my area. Less, but if I drive 40-60 miles, there are quite a lot. I can find antique stuff from old households. I often hunt for still life subjects. Sounds like a paperwork. Yeah. That's the issue. Is like even if you find like a 1900s building, let's say that was built in like the early 1900s, like it's an old school or factory you want to convert into something, paperwork hell, and then the amount of repairs, we're probably talking, 1.5. Like, I mean, it just depends on the scale of the project, but like none of this stuff, all of these buildings are, pretty much, they're being abandoned because they're falling apart and the repairs are getting too expensive, right? Like the roof, the beams, the elevator, it's just, you're gonna be working to get all. I mean, it sounds like a super cool idea. I would love to do it. It's just like, I'm not sure I have like 8 years in me of like just working on the building to live like in a cool place. And then imagine the electric bill for having like a giant, like if you have a small school converted into a house. I love watching this stuff on YouTube when people do that kind of stuff. It sounds super cool, but it's like, imagine the electric bill for heating like a small castle. You often can't do much because old buildings are under protection. There is that too, but sometimes they do let you do that stuff, as long as you maintain the architectural stuff. Like in America, I don't think it's as much of an issue. I think it's like more loosey-goosey, but like I think like as long as you are overseeing to maintain the original architectural style, it kind of is, you can do it. They just tell you like you got to get these tiles or whatever, and you have some room for compromise, I guess. But sometimes though I'm like, this building is just gonna rot. Like just let them go at it. As long as they kind of pinky swear that they're not gonna turn it into a monstrosity. And I have seen that too. There was like this American couple. They bought like this old water treatment facility, and it had like it like had really, I don't know, deep history, I guess, right? And it had like this pool and all these like, I don't know, like these really industrial looking machinery and copper kind of like cast iron whatever beams. And it looked very unique, right? This looked like a 1920s like industrial, like kind of like hellscape, but it looked kind of cool. And it got sold to this American couple, and they like ripped all that out. And it's like, it kind of was like, it's like, why would you buy that building if you're not into what's going on there? Because they like converted it into like this like hyper modernized like monstrosity. And it's like, why did you buy it if you weren't gonna like go with the flow? I'm not saying like keep all the like stuff, but like they like completely gutted it. It's like, you could have just started a new building at that point. I don't know. You often it depends on the building itself and its kind of architecture. Yeah. In Germany, doing anything to protect a house is a paperwork hell. I worked there. I bet. I have heard about the Germans and paperwork stereotypes, so I'm sure it's a nightmare. Like, very meticulous with all that stuff. So. I'm like the opposite. So true. I'm like the opposite. Like, if you want to lose paperwork or important documents, I know where my passport is because like I updated it recently. But like if I had to go dig up like my house deed or something, like the fact that I own my house, I literally don't know where that is. Like they're like, I think they told me the city has it, and then I don't even know. Like, I'm like, where is all this stuff? I just exist. I have no idea. Like, I can't prove anything except for my I know where my passport is. I guess that's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm terrible with paperwork. I could not exist in Europe because like you guys are too into that stuff. It's not only a stereotype. Yeah, well, I guess like there is that DMV nightmare, like but honestly, we there's like this program now where if you don't have any criminal record, like last time I updated my documents on my driver's license, literally like if you haven't had any tickets and like if you're like super straight edge, you literally don't even go into to renew your driver's license. You literally just send them a check or whatever online, give them like pay them, and they just send you a new one. But that is only like available like if you've never had any kind of infraction, and you just go like, they just kind of just send you a new one. And I got in on that, and I'm like, oh, thank God, because like I really hate the DMV. I don't want to go there and stand in line for 2 hours just to find out that I need to go back and find some other document because I will forget something. It's not, you know. Here, it's a nightmare to do. Yeah. And most stuff here is still analog. You'd be screwed without it here. No, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it there. I just couldn't exist in that kind of an environment where you have to keep meticulous, like, track of things. That's what I was saying. I'm like, the idea of, like, moving to Europe, I'm like, there's no way. I'm just not a person that, I can't do it. Like, you'll go to a place, take a picture of yourself. This has to be a special one. You need your old driver's license, ID, and money to pay. Okay, so far that sounds like America, right? You take, yeah. I mean, that's like the DMV special one. You need your old driver's license, okay? Check ID and pay money. So you need two forms of identification, right? You're saying you need like maybe your basically two legal government forms of identification, money, of course, right? Like, because you didn't pay enough taxes, like, already, right? So you need money too. Isn't that funny how like they have a service that you have to use that you have to give money for that you already pay taxes for, and then you have to pay taxes again. Like it's just like. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into that because I'm gonna upset myself when I start talking about that. Then you have to wait some days for 2 weeks for them to finish it, right? Then you can go there again and take it home. Nice. I think the UK driver authority might be a bit more slack. Someone can drive until 90 as long as one can pass the eye test and there is no known cognitive impairment. Thank God they don't know about my cognitive impairments. They did one time. They were like I don't know. I feel like I can see good. But then, like, when I went to the DMV last time, I kind of struggled to see the little E, and I kind of guessed, and yeah, I just, like, they're like, are you sure you shouldn't be wearing glasses? I don't know, one time they said something like that, and I'm like, I mean, guys, I swear to God, I can see just fine. Just, I don't know. But yeah, my actual name is Emily. Nice. I mean, my actual name is Yuri, obviously because I'm from Eastern Europe, but yeah. I mean, you get your driver's license. It's almost. No way. Wait, what? I mean, to get your driver's license, it's about 35 to 4,000 euros here. What? How is that even possible? Dude, that's what a car is. I don't understand. In Germany, it costs $3,500 to 4,000 euros to get it. I don't understand how that's even possible. That's what a car is worth, like a beginner car. I don't understand how you would get in a car. Like, you'd have to be like royalty to afford that. That's crazy. I don't even have that makes me upset. I don't even live there. I don't even have a driver's license. But that's the thing. You guys do kind of have like more of a developed infrastructure. Like in America, like you can't exist without a car. It's like they say it's a privilege, right? Driving's a privilege or whatever. But unless you live within walking distance of a gas station you work at, that's the only time you could like pull that off. You have to have a car. Have to. And in America, like if you're walking, people assume you're poor. Like they assume you're like down on your luck. You know what I mean? Maybe like you just got out of prison. Like that's what you look like when you're walking without like a dog or a tracksuit. It looks like you're doing something wrong. And a lot of like, if you want to get to a certain store, there won't be like a physical pathway. You'll have to cut through grass to get there because we just don't have. There's just a road. Everyone drives cars. There is no public infrastructure. And if there is, you don't want to use it really for the most part. And you get theoretical lessons and test, the practical lessons and test. I crashed my motorcycle when I first went to go get my motorcycle's license. I dumped the bike. I had to go to a 3-day course for to like learn to drive motorcycles because I couldn't pass the actual test. So they sent me to a course, which was actually pretty chill. I did mine. I had to pay 2,500 euros. Okay, that's not too bad. But yeah, no, I mean that's so crazy. I can't believe it's that high. That was 7 years ago. Yeah. I heard Finland had the best driving standard. I heard that. I heard Finland doesn't actually exist. I don't know. I heard that joke that Finnish people say that Finland is not real. I read that kids have to study driving for 5 years. I don't know how true that is, but it sounds pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know too much about Finland. I just know that my only connection to Finland is that my dad is from Mordovia originally, and that originally was settled by Finnish war tribes, and then they fought the Russians, and then eventually they were Russified. So that's the only reason I know anything about Finland is because like I traced it back to Finland, my father's side. So, but I don't know if that's true. That's just like online research, from what I know. But yeah, Finland doesn't actually exist. Have you? Here you are, without a car. At least where I live in the cities, you don't need to, but here you do. Yeah, I think in the city you can kind of get away with it still, without it. Yeah, I never needed it. Prefer my girly walkies. Sounds good. I'd love to have a car, but as I said, I'd be screwed if I didn't have one. I love my car. I can't even. I love it. I just like going on drives sometimes. Like, you know. Sometimes you just want to see the environment just kind of move as I drink my coffee and just chill and listen to music. It's like walking but fast and I don't have to move my legs. It's like the opposite of walking. It's like this, but like awesome. I get most of my flower references on my walks. Germans love their gardens. Is that true? I always associate. I don't even know. I feel like gardens, like I associate like the French with gardens more. They're like more. I don't want to say like a romantic people. I don't. You know what I mean? Like I feel like. I don't know. What cars do you all drive? What car? I can share. I love driving. Sometimes I just want to drive off into the wild blue yonder. Yeah, I do. I do enjoy. I'm a drive. I'm a drive enjoyer. Let's see, what comment did I... Oh yeah, what cars do you all drive? So my first car was... Well, I have a 2014, 2015 Kawasaki Ninja. It's a parallel twin motor, so it's not the inline 4 super sport. It's like more of a chill motorcycle. South Germans take their gardening to another level. Yeah, that kind of does make sense, because like if you think about it, like the garden concept extended to kindergarten, right? That's like a German word. Like they took the garden concept and extrapolated it to like the concept of children raising. That you know, now that I think about it, that is like super German. Now that I actually think about it, you're right. Germans take things like gardening too far. It's like even like children raising is like a garden concept. But anyway, so I have a motorcycle which I enjoy sometimes. I love this isn't it true though? Like when you like think about it. But yeah, so I have a sports bike. That's not a real sports bike. It's a 650 with a parallel twin engine. Then I have, no jokes here. It's very serious. Oh yeah, the Germans don't joke kind of thing. Yeah. But so my first car was a 2003 Grand Prix, and it was my favorite car. I paid like $500 for it, and it never had any issues. The engine was good. It was a V6. And I'm not just saying that like for no reason. It's like I like actually engines that are like less complicated, and I don't know that car had like a white base, and it had a good engine. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Uh, Ta Seal. Thank you for the follow. But anyway, yeah, like I love my first car because I paid nothing for it and it never gave me any mechanical issues. It did sometimes, but like that was like a really good robust car. Look up the 2003 Grand Prix. They had like they were notorious for having issues with the transmissions, but because I always kind of drive very conservatively, I'm sorry. I've never had any issues. I just kind of like grandma drove that car for years and years. And then I had a 1500 Chevy. It was like a 1997 Chevy V8. What's their standard truck? I forget what their standard truck is. Anyway, I didn't have a long relationship with that truck. It gave out. The motor gave out, and I was like on the middle of a bridge driving across, and I could feel the engine like seizing up because all the oil spilled out of it. And so like it was so embarrassing because like not only am I blocking the entire bridge, but cops had to show up and like escort like a baby like take me off the bridge. like a whole thing had to happen because like you can't just like, well, I could have left. I mean, you're not supposed to leave your vehicle right on the bridge. Ad brake, which car? I'll go back to you. Drawing and driving is the same thing to me. One can perform the function of or driving or drawing unconsciously while still having the cognitive capacity to do other things such as talking. You know, it is very scary when you're driving and then you like suddenly realize you're home and you have like no recollection of what you did to get there except that you kind of know you drove, but like it was all automated. That's a little eerie sometimes. Let me know when the break is over. I'm back. Okay, so I forgot where I was at, but yeah, like driving can be kind of weird when you just show up at your house and you don't have like any memory of how you got there. My first car was an old Mini. I loved it. It drove so nice around corners, but it broke down so much. You know, we had a Chevy. Not to, I don't want to talk bad about Chevys, but I've had every Chevy vehicle I've owned cost a lot of money, and I had a lot of issues with them. Even the simpler like what's known to be reliable, their trucks, man, that thing really like blew up on me. But yeah, like we had a Chevy van Astro. That thing cost us a fortune to maintain, a fortune. It did nothing but cost money constantly. Like I said, the Grand Prix they're very, they weren't like a great car, but they also didn't cost a lot to repair. And actually the white base like made it a really good comfortable car. Like my current 2000, I have a 2015 Kia hybrid or something. I bought it during COVID, so like that I literally couldn't find another car. Like there was nothing on the market within my price range, so I bought that car. And I hate the way the suspension is. I like the car. The look of the car is good. I just hate everything else about it. Like the way it accelerates, the way the electric motor interacts with a real motor. It just they're constantly like sort of weirdly fighting each other, and you get these like weird acceleration kind of like issues. Whereas like my Grand Prix was like this kind of like awesome car. I don't know. I really do miss that car. It just we use a lot of salt on our roads to like clear the snow. So basically every car disintegrates into garbage eventually. There's nothing you can do unless you're gonna like hose it off underneath every night, right? That's just what it is to live in Illinois. Your car will eventually disintegrate into nothingness. So I miss that car because also when you pay $500 for a car, guess who doesn't care if you open your door and hit it, right? Or something happens to it. I didn't care. So there's also that sense of relief too, that you can just like live your life and not really be too bothered, right, about destroying your car too much. Like if I spilled coffee in it, it's like whatever, you know. Or if I spill coffee in my $1,500 truck, it's not a big deal. But if it's like a $15,000 car, now I kind of have to care a little bit. Well, my dog's drool destroyed the back of it, so it doesn't matter anyway. Like my dog destroyed that too, but you know that it's kind of cool to have cheap cars. I like that kind of thing. Drawing and driving is the same thing to me. Okay, I read that. I'm back. My first car was an old Mini. Started with a VW. Is VW Volkswagen? Am I saying that right? Up. Then I had a BMW 323 E36. Then VW Gold 4, and now I have a Jeep Avenger. Nice. I know my buddy had a Volkswagen, and he really liked that car. Then he went to Toyota. Honestly, if I had like, or let's say if I wanted to drop like just 40 grand right now, I would probably go buy like just a Toyota sedan, like as a forever car. Like, because those things will go till the end of time, as long as you just change the oil. Those things you're gonna have that car for like 25 years, you know. So, you know, if I wanted to buy like a new car right now, that's what I would go for. My best car was an old Volkswagen Golf Mark IV. It was 2-liter automatic. It felt so solid on the road. Nice. See, my fear with like German cars is the BMWs. It's just like the price range, right? It's just I'm not in that price range to buy expensive cars, but we have there's less competent technicians for that, right? You're gonna have more technicians that work on Japanese and American cars. So with like, if I bought a German car, I would be like, you know, you're like the parts, and I'm sure all that stuff exists. It's not like impossible to maintain. It's just I feel like there's just more Japanese and American cars here. But I don't know. There's a lot of BMWs, but that's like really expensive. I had the 1.9, but manual. It was like unbreakable. Then I hit a deer. I do like. I never drove a manual car, but I did drive, you know, obviously motorcycles and stuff like that. And I do enjoy the art of like changing gears and like having that manual control over the vehicle. Like once you get good with it, in terms of controlling your RPMs, and like conserving fuel, not just conserving fuel, but just like being able to, you know, downshift or whatever, you know, like when you're in that good range, you know, like you can, it's just fun to do, basically. I do miss that kind of thing from motorcycles, is like having that sort of direct control with the vehicle. It's a lot of fun. It was so sad. Yeah, luckily I've never hit a deer, especially on a motorcycle. Is pointed in the wrong direction. I was so confused on what to do first. You know, in America it's like illegal to do stuff. Like you can actually get in trouble. Like if you're not, I don't know. I forget. Like you can get in trouble for like hitting a deer and doing the wrong thing after that. You gotta like report it to the right, like whatever segment of state you were in. You have to call the right people to have it taken care of. And if you let's say don't do that, like you can get in trouble or something like that. I don't know. I've heard horror stories of like people actually getting in a lot of trouble for just like taking off or whatever. Sorry, on YouTube somebody says, Emmett Portraits, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Sorry, I missed your comment. I was looking at Twitch for the longest time. I'm sorry, but I'm seeing this art medium for the first time. May I know which medium this is? What do you, like, I'm just drawing with pencils. I'm not sure what, like... Yeah, what do you do if you hit a deer? Do you gotta call like the police and tell them that, you know? And I would just call the police maybe. I'm sure like if you can get in trouble for hitting deer in America and leaving, I feel like you would for sure get in trouble in Germany. Like the deer family sues you. I, I have an amputated I have an amputated left leg, and so I always just drive automatic. But I like that semi-automatic shift pedal is fairly standard nowadays. My small Vauxhall Corsa is semi-automatic pedal shift. Wow. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. I first called my dad, then the police told him I couldn't find the deer. Looked again, found it dead. Called the police again. They came, looked after me and the deer, signed a sheet for my insurance, and got it fully paid afterwards. Okay, so it went down pretty easy. The deer got in trouble because it didn't have paperwork. I love to drive manuals. It feels more like driving than automatic. Yeah, yeah, I do. But it's cool to have a like. That's why I like motorcycles, because it's like sometimes you don't want to do it. So I do appreciate like being able to just like kind of drink my coffee and drive without having to like, you know what I mean. It's good to have like if you're like within that sort of money spectrum where you can afford that second fun vehicle, to just kind of have a thing that you got your loud exhaust, you got your manual shift, and you but when I drive to work, I'll be honest, I do like to just kind of like I do like to just kind of chill, and just not and just turn my brain off. I really want to have a trike on the other side. Oh, like one of those carts on the motorcycle. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to like kind of adventure in. Because riding a motorcycle like really long distance is kind of exhausting. Um, like one time I went straight to Chicago and back, and I honestly like I was like borderline falling asleep on the road, like just going back, because I was like I wasn't used to being like that many hours, just straight through like that. I had to like pull over and drink caffeine, like I was like falling asleep from exhaustion. Just like you aren't like mentally used to being, handling it for that long. No, sorry, I meant a tricycle. Like an actual like two wheels in the back of a motorcycle kind of thing. But like isn't part of the fun is like the leaning when you lean with the motorcycle? That's kind of like part of the what makes the motorcycle kind of like more dynamic, I guess, of an experience. I think the way to see America for me is I need to get rich. And what I mean, like, sort of, like, I need to get more, like, slightly more wealthy, let's say, and buy, like, one of those RVs. So, because I love to be inside my house. I want to see America, but I don't want to leave my house. I need to have, like, my house needs to come with me. and I need to like I'll build out a setup so I can stream, and then drive. Like once I'm done with the stream, just kind of drive through America. That's what I need to do is like buy like one of those wireless kind of like internet connections with like unlimited data, stream, and then just like travel America in like a little house. I think that's the solution to my issue. Is I'm like literally a hobbit. I don't really like to go places. So I'm just like I need to find a way to not go places, but go places without leaving my house. I think that's the solution. I just need like well, make more money essentially. My parents have one and love to travel with it. I bet. It seems like it's a super neat experience. I meant one-legged option for biking, hence tricycle. Oh, okay. Hi, artist. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Wisconsintine ones. Thank you for the stop by. But we're doing good here. Just drawing away, slowly finishing up this piece. I'm just like cleaning stuff up, just kind of. But I'm super excited to post this. I feel like this kind of came out good. Maybe I'll do another winged kind of creature or a guy or something. I don't know. There is another streamer who draws banned me. He is no artist. You know, I had the weirdest thing. Sometimes you get. I don't really want to talk about other creators because I don't want to create like drama for myself. You know what I mean? Accidentally. Do tell. Same thing happened to me. Okay. Well, now they're stupid. Well, go guys. Do tell me. Because I had, now I'll tell you my experience. I did get banned off somebody's channel, and it was the weirdest thing because like nothing was happening bad. Like we were all just like talking, and then like randomly my channel was like they were just like you can't view this channel anymore or whatever. So I got banned, but it was weird because like there wasn't anything like that happened that was bad. Like they asked me if I'm an artist. I'm like, yeah. They're like, send us your social media. So I sent my Insta, and they're like, oh, that's great. And I'm like, thanks. And then right after that, I got banned, and I'm just like, that's weird. And I'm like, it was just the weirdest thing. I don't even like. I thought the mod like exit like was like checking out my profile or like maybe they misclicked or something. So I just sat there. I'm like, there's no way, right? Like, like I wasn't even promoting myself. Like, they they asked me for my stuff, and I sent it after they asked. I wasn't like going in there like trying to be like, guys, go check out. Like I literally didn't care. I was just randomly like late night checking out other people's streams, and it was just the weirdest thing. I'm like whatever. But anyway, do tell about your sad story. That is so sad. Dude, it was just weird because like I'm not like, you know what I mean? I'm not like promoting anything. Like, I didn't even want to talk about I just was like just random browsing. See, I kind of want to add a cloth here. I think that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna make it. I'm not gonna overemphasize this cloth. I'm gonna shade it light, but I think it's gonna add like a little bit of more dimension, and I'm not gonna get too crazy with it. But yeah, I just want to add like a little piece here. As long as I don't overemphasize it, I don't think it's gonna make this piece too busy with like too much stuff going on. I think it's still gonna be pretty balanced. But yeah, sometimes yeah, you just get banned. I thought people that got banned were bad people, but since I know I'm a good person, I'm like, that's not possible. No, if you're banned for a stupid thing. I mean, sometimes you just get banned. You know, it's not like a big deal or whatever. I was just like surprised because it's not like things were going in a weird way. It was just we were just talking and they, you know. And the mod sounded like they knew me. Like they were like, oh yeah, like they're great. You know, it was just like weird because like there wasn't anything negative that happened. So I'm like, oh well, whatevs. I had to ban people too, but they really misbehave then. Yeah, sometimes you have to because if people get crazy, like when I first started streaming like a while ago on YouTube, right? I had like my first consistent viewer. Like I had like my first couple, like that first kind of handful of people. It was like the weirdest experience. I ran into like the weirdest people, and you don't want to like ban like the first person because you're not sure if it's you or them, right? That's being weird. It's like, am I just being like really, am I clutching my pearls too hard, right? But it's like the guy would just bring up sexual stuff like way too often, like sexual jokes, and I'm like, I don't want to like clutch my pearls and be like, that's like not at all allowed or whatever. It's just that like it just would escalate more and more, and I'm like, I don't even like. It's like my only real viewer. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't want to ban them, but it's like I had to because it's like this is like it's just gonna get out of control, and it's like it just kept getting worse. So I'm just like, sorry guys, I'm gonna get rid of you. So that's sometimes like they're like not bad, but then like they slowly get worse, if that makes sense, and they kind of test the boundary of what like you're gonna tolerate, and it's like please don't do that because like. I don't want to ban you, but like if you get super weird with what you're saying, I gotta like, I can't have like things turn into like a weird, you know, kind of thing. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, exactly. It's like, it's hard to regulate because they're friendly, but then they do kind of things that I feel like they know you don't want. And it's like, why are you pushing, you know, it's like, so yeah, you gotta ban people sometimes. You like have to. I suggested that the image person walking was making look kind of sexually subversive. Just pointed it out. I wasn't being judgmental. I just said my response to the image. The streamer flew off the handle a bit. I suggested that the image the person was making look kind of sexually subversive. I got insulted too. Welcome to the internet. Yeah, well, I mean, like, people get pretty, like, sometimes with art and stuff, like, I never say, like, anything to anyone, really. If I like their stuff, I'll say a good thing, and if I don't like it, I just won't say anything, and the reason is people do get super sensitive, and, like, you know, they obviously are attached to the idea that they're expressing. But yeah, like I would be really careful because, you know, it just is a sensitive thing. what you just said about banning people. But you do. But see, the thing is you do have to ban people sometimes. Like from my perspective, like I had a guy come in. See that the thing is that like it's a weird kind of a balance because you don't want to like because you might have what you think is a critique from your standpoint, but from their end it's sort of like they see what could be another like ankle biter, right? Where you have a person come in and they're sort of kind of saying mean things under the umbrella of helping you, right? So it's kind of like that person might have just been like tired of that and they're like this is the last, you know, hate straw or of hay, right? Because I had that too where there was like people that are like they're saying like, you know, they're saying kind of things that are like there's no reason to help us. I don't know, it's hard to kind of balance that out because on one hand they could just really be saying that, but on the other you don't want to have an army of like, you don't want to develop an army of ankle biter kind of mentality where they're sort of like saying kind of like they're, you know, things that are going to be negative and there's really no reason to say them. So I don't know, it's a hard thing to kind of judge, you know. Because the way it can get annoying is you're drawing, right? And somebody comes in and then they're like, you know, helping you, but it's kind of like, you know, it could have, you know, I don't know. It's definitely you gotta people will make mistakes and like you gotta just kind of accept that you're gonna end up making mistakes. Somebody might have they think it's funny, right? What they like the jokes they're saying, right? Let's say they're like overtly like super sexual, and you don't want that to be in your channel, but it doesn't come through text that well, right? Like in life, if you knew that person, you might understand like what they mean, but in text, it just doesn't. The joke. I try to keep that in mind that the joke is not, maybe they're not saying it like the way it's reading. I try to keep that in mind, but ultimately you do have to protect your space and your like community, like the vibe the vibe you're trying to create. You have to protect that. So you are ultimately going to have to pull the trigger on that kind of stuff, but you know, you have to use your best judgment and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? It's like you're going to make mistakes, and someone might say something kind of innocent, but it's like the fourth time you saw that day, and you just kind of take it out on that one person. But you know, you have to do what you have to do. I think I get what you mean. There are people that want to go into an argument hole. I wasn't trying to do that to the streamer, but the streamer didn't know that, so it's kind of fair. Yeah, I think if you don't have something nice to say, just don't say anything. Yeah, I kind of would stick to that rule, because ultimately the streamer is trying to just like entertain people. They're not there to like take lessons from the unless they're saying give me your opinion. They're not really there to like take your input, you know, in terms of like learning live from people. They're just there to like chill and draw, and if people want to voluntarily, they're watching it voluntarily, so it's like, it's not like, you know, I don't know, but I would just be careful with what I say in terms of like that kind of stuff, because first of all, it's an art stream, so talking about art is fine. You don't go to your dentist to start a conversation about foot fetish or politics in your local cooking class. You can. I didn't say you can't talk about like art. You can talk about art, right? I give my opinions on art. It's sort of like I don't know. I feel like there's no way people don't know what they're like doing. Like I had like sort of an ankle biter situation where a guy would come in and he would like critique something, right? And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. And then it's sort of like it just isn't ending. It's like it's this perpetual kind of like whatever you're doing is wrong. Let me just, you know, and it's like I don't need that to be part of the show, right? So I have to like eventually just ban him because I'm not. But that's the umbrella. You're saying it's like I'm just bringing up art. It's an art stream. Aren't we allowed to talk about it? It's like, yeah, but that's not what you're doing. What you're doing is using the umbrella of helping me to ankle bite, right? Biters get eventually banned once the pattern is recognized. So that's what I'm trying to say, right? Uh, yeah, just be respectful, don't insult. Yeah, just try to. And look, the streamer will make mistakes and ban people falsely, sometimes unfairly, sometimes fairly. Mistakes will happen. Maybe you meant a joke in a nice way. It didn't read like that in text. They're done with that. Maybe they've already had that happen to them a lot, so they ban. And it just is what it is. So. Of course, you can dismiss respectfully, but everyone should know where to stop, and some people just don't. Yeah, some people just start a discussion just for the cause of discussing, not to come up to an argument or exchange opinions on an equal level. But I don't know if you don't like something, just go, what? Yeah, that's the other thing, it's completely voluntary. Right? Like, you're not, like, forced to. That's the other thing, is that it's. Yeah, like, I had one guy on the YouTube side, and they were like, can't you draw something. It was the same guy. Like, he was like, can't you draw something nice? I'm like, it's like, that's just not what I'm not doing. That's not what I do here. You know what I mean? It's like, I didn't want to be insulting, because it's like, maybe the guy's like, the guy like doesn't get it or something. Maybe he thinks it's like best for me to be drawing like landscapes or something. But I'm like, just it's like weird that like he would think. And I'm like, I also didn't know. I'm like, is he messing with me, or is he just like, I don't want to say on the spectrum, or just doesn't get it, that I'm like, no, I'm not drawing other things. This is what I draw. This is the kind of things I draw, and you can just not like watch it, right? Like, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just is what it is. You know, I was thinking. I think the only way I could live in the Middle Ages, I could only live like this. Music reminds me of like you know how we all kind of imagine the romanticism of like maybe like living in the Middle Ages. I would have to be like rich and spoiled. I think that's the only way I could tolerate that life. Now that I think about it, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do peasant stuff. It's too brutal. I would maybe even be content as being like a scribe or something, like rewriting books or something like that. I could do under candlelight. I could find solace in that. Are those slideshow drawings yours? Yep. Yeah, those are mine. Especially art is such an subjective thing. Either you like it or you don't, and there is not such a thing as ugly. Then it's just not your yeah. It depends if you ask someone to draw a car and then he draws a shoe, but that's different. That's just somebody misunderstanding. I'm siding with Dai Biba, just because like what she's saying makes sense, and yeah. I think I'd love being a Viking. The lifestyle of having this big family, like yeah, that would be fun. I yeah, the Viking stuff does seem pretty promising. Like that, they live their best. I think I was thinking, I was like listening to Mongolian chant, those that throat singing they do, and you say what you will about Genghis Khan, but he lived his best life. He really lived his best life. He didn't compromise at all. And I kind of feel the same way about Vikings. Like, they just did what, it's like they probably lived the most, like, I don't want to say meaningful lives because both parties were pretty brutal, but I bet they weren't depressed. And they woke up and they had meaning. And, raiding parties, it's just so much fun. And having, like, wooden totems to the pagan gods, all of that is just super fun. And I saw a super funny meme. It was like it showed like it was like some classic painting of like Vikings carrying like goods out of a Christian church, and it was like the meme said something along the lines of "Good Vikings take like save valuables out of a burning church as the lazy locals chill in the grass." And like I shared that on Facebook. I'm like I love like sharing like memes like that. I visited Viking Center in Denmark, where you also can live for a period of time. It was such a nice and peaceful atmosphere. Not for the other people, but yeah, for the Vikings, yes, there was moments of solace when they weren't raiding somebody. But yes, I do. The Viking aesthetics is like very, very cool. It does have like a weird wholesomeness about it. It just looks, especially like those wooden like half pagan, half Christian churches they got in Denmark, I think. I'm not sure exactly where they're at, but you know what I'm talking about. Those look really sick. The Norse culture is interesting. I like the aesthetics of it, yeah. The swords, the helmets, you know. They had like that, like center, like that building where like the those long houses they had, and apparently they had like a row of coals going down there, going down like that, kind of like that those long houses to like heat it up. I don't know. It's all very cool, you know. Not a fan of the Romans or other European cultures. I mean, it's like I can get into the Romans. I mean, I like the Romans or whatever. You know, they had some cool armor and architecture. I mean, look at the all of the world, but Celts, Germanic, Scandinavians. Yeah, I mean, I honestly like. I do like the Roman kind of columns and all of this kind of like you know they had some cool stuff. I mean, Italian has a like a kind of like a sound a very cool sounding, at least like that ancient Latin kind of sound when the general is kind of giving his speech. It sounds very epic. So I mean, it's like Italy is not my favorite like European country, but like I like the Roman Empire. You know what I mean? They did some work. You know. I definitely lean more towards like I like gothic stuff probably like a little bit more. You know what I mean? Overall, I would agree with you that like the sort of the goth stuff is like better or whatever, like the Viking kind of culture. I know those aren't the same, but you know what I mean. But I'm not a Roman hater. I don't know why I got stuck on that subject for so long. Every historic culture has its flair and good and bad things, but it's so cool because everything's so different. Yeah, like their women very much. They are beautiful. They are beauty itself. The muses, for example. Wait, who are the? Is that a specific tribe I don't know about? If you like Gothic style, you'd love Dome of Cologne. I like their room. I think you need to be careful with not making this too dark right here. You need to kind of go with a brush. I didn't want to overemphasize that kind of. Bigger brush here. I don't want to run into the problem where I have to readjust all the contrast because I made this too dark. And the brushy brush comes in handy for this. I like how atmospheric the music is. Oh, thank you. I try. It's just the problem is like I have to use like music from video games because that's the only way that the copyright will let you do it. So it's kind of like I'm kind of severely limited on the It's Skyrim and sometimes Skyrim again because like this is from Stronghold, of course, but another great game. I was thinking about like paint. Like the problem is it's hard to even find anybody that'll like you know, it's hard to find like an artist that will make ambient music like this. Like even if you were willing to like pay money, like a lot of money, the copyright stuff, like you can still get, you know, if I bought a track or paid for it, you can still you can still have issues. So it's like it's more than just like having the money to pay for your own stuff. It's like kind of a messy thing. It's like it really is. That's why people stick with like video game music, just because it's like it's hard to get out of that, because of legal stuff. And even if you pay for a monthly, the issue is like even if I paid for the monthly thing to go get like tracks that I like legally have the right to use now, the problem is like what if I stop paying that monthly fee? Does that go away and then I have to demonetize all the stuff I've made, right? So like, it's just like this spectrum of problems. I've heard if you deactivate the music in the VOD, you will not likely get into trouble. Oh, like on the like the music I use is just universally like those companies don't, you know, they don't like go after people. But on YouTube, if I use like a song accidentally, like that somebody owns, all that happens so far, if like somebody recommended that I use like there's like this digital music, it was like White Bat Radio. Someone told me it was free to use, so I did, because it like the first thing I clicked on was free to use, or at least it said that on the video. And then after that, like it wasn't, and YouTube just said like that all the like, you know, the 12 cents I made for that stream, that just goes to them now. And I'm like, oh well, that's fine. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind that being the system. Let's say Amazon, who owns Twitch, said all of these labels we own under our legal protection you can use, and maybe if let's say I use, I don't know, whoever, right, then a small portion of the profits, let's say I make like $5 on a stream from AdSense, let's say, right, in theory, and then they 30 cents or something goes to the that label company or something. I think that would be the way to do it. Otherwise it's like, unless you're a big streamer and you have money, like legit money, to like go through all the trouble of like finding an artist and all this stuff, it's just really hard to have your own music, I think, right? Like, I'm not saying no one's ever pulled it off, but I think that would be the way to go, is like create a system where it's just like, here's your share of the profits, you know. I would be more than willing to do that, to like lose some money to have like music that I don't have to worry about. Because like this is the kind of music I like, you know. I don't know what the correct spelling of it. Strict. Yeah, I'm also terrible at spelling, but that's just my nature. I just can't spell. back. Oh yeah, I was saying I forgot what I was talking about. But yeah, spelling can't. I'm bad at that. I like how you put a K in strict. Let me go check on my dog really quick because he's in my room getting air conditioned. I just want to make sure if he wants to go outside or not, and I'll be right back. I gotta check on him at 4-hour intervals or whatever. Anyway, I'll be right back. Yeah, the dog didn't even really respond. He's fine. Alright, let me know if the music's too loud. Kind of adjusted the volume there. But yeah, like I was saying, I think it would be best to organize a thing where it wasn't up to the streamer to figure out the music thing, because it's really hard to produce. Like, even if you have money, it's hard to produce music. I forget, it's not even that hot today, which is so nice. So nice. Is it hot over there in Europe right now? I know it's been a little warmer, I heard. What kind of dog do you have? Here it is. Oh, okay, it's not hot. Oh, I have a pit bull. His name is Aries. If he comes, I'll show you. He just usually doesn't come when I come. Aries, come here. Yeah, Woos. Aries. It's kind of a 50-50. He might come in a minute. Aries, come here. See, it's kind of a hit and miss, but yeah, he's like a really large pit bull. He was like the biggest of his litter. I think at his biggest Aries, come here, baby. Come on. But he was like super big when he was younger, and he's still big. But Aries, come here. No, come on. Come here, buddy. Come here. There he is. He has like a really large head. His head is larger than it looks. Like, if I were to put my head next to his, it's like he's got like this massive head. But yeah, that was him. If you caught those 2 seconds. Pitties have such sweet faces. Yeah, he has like a very good. He's like had a really good facial structure. Like, such a cutie. Yeah, he's a good dog. But Aries. He's kind of like me in the sense that he's like very independent. He's not, there's some dogs, they're kind of like you own them. They like that you're the owner. But this dog, he's very like kind of independent and of his own kind. You know, he's got his own kind of like internal world. He's not like a, you know, like a kind of a cuddly dog. He just kind of hangs out and like when we go on walks, it's like I have to reach. If I want to take my dog for a walk, I have to reach a perfect like internal state of zen before I take him on a walk, because it's like he does the most annoying thing at every opportunity. Like if I don't, it's like you rarely. I have to be like hyper alert the entire time to make sure nothing happens. It's like it's like his personality is kind of like mine, but he wants the opposite of what I want. So it's a dog hardware with cat software. Kind of, yeah, kind of, but like yeah, kind of. Like some dogs, they're like dogs, right? They kind of, I don't know. He was just I think he is like a little different. I love this. Yeah. It's like if I had to describe, if I had to like formulate it into like a coherent way of explaining, it's like it's like imagine you're with somebody because you happen to be walking in parallel with them, and that you know what I mean. That's like how the universe set it up. But whereas other dogs, there's like this kind of like they're your buddy dog. They kind of like I don't know. He's just like on his own like little, you know. But I didn't own him from when he was a puppy. I kind of like adopted him like halfway in. That's kind of like why he like developed his own kind of, I think. I'd steal him if I was near. Yeah, he is like if you saw him when he might be the most attractive dog ever. Like it's like it really he's still like um kind of like a showstopper. You know what I mean? Like people would stop me in the streets and ask me if I can, you know, take photo. Well, when I went to the park, there was like we had like a lot of Chinese like tourists. They were like asking to take pictures with him. I'm like, cause he like it's so he's like so unbelievably large for like that breed, and the massive head that it was so unusual that like it was definitely like a show stopping dog, you know. And he was the only one in the litter that was like that because normally pit bulls are like, you know, 80 like kind of like that 60 to 80 pound kind of dog. He like went all the way to like 120. You know. I was watching my they really are like it's interesting how different dogs are because like I was watching my buddy's dogs for like a few weeks because he had like some military thing he had to go do, and Stella and Kip, both wonderful dogs, but Stella was like the most like I would say not territorial but very assertive. Like territorial is the wrong word, but she was very like assertive and dominant. And both the males were like the opposite. Like Aries and Kip, they were like they just kind of want to chill, and she was just kind of like trying to take over the entire time. Like it was weird, like the difference in personalities. Because Aries and Kip, they immediately just kind of went to sleep. You know, they just they were like once they met each other, it was over. And Stella had like always a plan. There was always like something going on in her mind. Like I don't know. It's like they really are like interesting how different they are. So sounds like a typical woman. I don't want to say all that. It was just like yeah, like she was just very I mean, I guess you could like see it that way. Like they were like both like typical like sort of like the stereotypical like kind of like they just want to go on the couch and they don't they're just super chill. Like they were like done kind of once they like got to know each other, it was like over. And but she was like bordering like assertive and like I don't know, like she definitely like was more. I don't know. It was interesting. She was definitely like trying to run the place. Like it was weird because it was like she was almost competing with me on the. It's like with the place running. Like, you know what I mean? It was like she was trying to like not just dominate them, but me a little bit. Like it was the weirdest thing where I'm like, and I'm like, it was weird. I don't know. It was weird. Like Stella, you're a dog. Like that's not like. This is my house. Like. She was tiny. We had a police trained. Oh my god! I need a police trained dog. Is what I need. Dane, she was so protective and like a walking wall between me. You know what was the other thing I need to mention is how freakishly strong pit bulls are. Like Stella and Kip, they're like 60-pound dogs, and I genuinely had trouble. Like I had to walk them one at a time because like they would almost be at the strength of Aries, who's like twice their size. Like the size versus power output doesn't make any sense. It's like it doesn't make sense how a dog that's that small is bordering on like overpowering me. It's like it doesn't. It's just like it's crazy the strength they have. Like their shoulder muscles and like you look at their back legs and there's like just muscle there, just on their and they're sweet and all this. Yeah, and they also have like muscle here. They're like ants. They have like muscle in their heads to move their jaws. It's freakish actually, but yeah, they're just the strength versus size is like kind of scary. Like once you feel like one of those dogs like pull you, it's like if this became a situation, it would be like not a good situation because it's not gonna go down how you like imagine, you know. But yeah, the strength is like kind of awe inspiring. She was tiny. We had a Great Dane. She was so protective and like a walking wall between me and the weird uncle. Love her. I love that. My last dog was a Great Dane, but she was just happy to be there and no thoughts in her head. Yeah. I've had those. That's like most dogs, right? They just exist, but you do have like this. Like I felt like Stella, like that. Like that dog had like a mission and like or something, like you know what I mean. She was like driven and she like existed. It wasn't like it was almost like not a dog, like or you know what I mean. Like there was this sense like she was like sentient and she had her own like internal willpower, whereas like Aries and Kip, they are like a dog. They exist, they're happy when the food is there, they like to go on walks, but they don't have like an internal sense of like what they you know what I mean. It's just weird how that works. Had a Bernese mountain dog. I guess he didn't know he was a dog. Oversized teddy bear with too much strength who loved to eat. Right. Stella needs to rule the world. Kinda, yeah. I do. I shouldn't have looked down on cats though. I've always wanted a dog, and then I did get a dog from a Aries from like a friend. But I think cats are probably like I didn't realize like how maybe is it easier for anyone who owned a cat? I feel like it's way easier to own a cat. Like in hindsight, like when you like take all the everything into account, it's like I feel like that would have been way easier to handle. I think a dog is kind of like a more advanced animal to own overall, especially something large, like something like a large pit bull kind of. Yeah, just like I've said before, I always have to be like on high alert. I can't like relax and like just look at my phone. You know, it's like the entire time I'm like watching for kids, dogs, cars. You know, making sure there's not a cat he's gonna want to chase and stuff. It's like it's kind of like pretty advanced form of kind of like what you have to pay attention to. I'm lucky I have a fenced-in backyard, so I can just like let him out, and then he just goes out there and then comes back in. So like in that sense, that's super easy. But cats are boss of the house, and sometimes it. Sorry, chat is. Sometimes it feels like all cats share one brains. Yeah. Yeah, cats, I think there's like, dogs are more like average. You know, you kind of know what you're getting from a dog for the most part, unless you get a Stella or something. But like most dogs, I feel are like kind of predictable. But cats, it's kind of like rolling the dice where you might get that awesome cat that you remember forever and was awesome, or you get like a cat that is just very just destructive and unruly. And, you know, it's kind of like, it's more of a roll of a dice with cats. I feel like you get a wider spectrum of like potential personalities maybe, or I guess more chance that you'll get like a negative cat personality or something. Cats be like, oh, pets, I love that. Oh, wait, I'll bite you now. Yeah. But I think that's what I'll have to do. I think I'll end up having to buy an RV. I know I just switched topics like super suddenly, but like, I think I'm gonna have to buy an RV eventually and go like travel in it or something. I think that's the way to go. Is I need to, for me to see the world, I need to like, I need to find a way to like be inside the house but go see the world that way. A dream goal living from the art, just traveling whenever wherever I want to go and be. Isn't that like the dream? That would be awesome. Like if you made enough money, like somehow like you know, and yeah, just being physically disconnected from a piece of land and you just kind of travel and yeah, that would be the dream. Although I don't know how like drawing, you know, like your house, you kind of get comfortable with your environment and you set it up exactly how you want. But when you're in an RV, I imagine like if you're like parked in some city you've never been to, and maybe it's like a weird area you had to park in, so you can't like relax the same. So I think there would be like a little bit of a challenge, but overall, like it'd be awesome. That would be the direction to go eventually. That's not even that, you know, honestly, that's not even like really out of reach, actually. Because, like, what's stopping, like, I could just park it, you know, at my house. And then, you know, I actually don't think that that's really that crazy out of reach, to be honest. I just don't want to underestimate how much it costs to like maintain a moving house. Just go somewhere else if I don't feel safe. Yeah, yeah. I think the issue is sometimes like if you only have so much time and you got to be like parked at a certain time, you know, like I was watching those camper life van videos, and it sometimes you just get stuck being in a certain place, and a lot of times like if you're I don't know, it seems like there is a little bit of kind of a thing where, you know, certain parks the police might not want you there at a certain time. Some places are cool with you spending the night there. You know, you end up kind of having to go where you can go a little bit. So there's that aspect where it's I really like the way that that white charcoal mixes with like the black charcoal and it creates this like bluish hue, kind of like you would see on a black wing like that. Like it's like that wasn't even on purpose. I'm like I don't even deserve for this to look that good. It's like it just kind of happened. That's stunning. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just kind of want to get this area kind of like super cleaned up because that's going to be the wings are the focal point of this. I feel like, you know, it's like that's the I just want to get all this kind of cleaned up, and I'm definitely excited to post this one. It kind of I'm not like even tooting my own horn. It just turned out way better than I thought it would. I wasn't like expecting too much, and it's like sometimes it just everything just connects. What's your Insta? Do you have it linked somewhere? It should be in the bio. Let me. I'll send you the link really quick to the main channel. Well, I only have one. I only have one Insta. I'm too lazy to have multi accounts. Copy. This is my. I don't know why it doesn't let me copy paste. I have to do Control C, Control V for some reason. There we go. That's my Insta. Chris Maycock. Hey, how's it going, buddy? I haven't seen you in here for a little bit. Sorry, that's on the YouTube side in case anyone's confused. That's why I'm talking to invisible chat right now. Your work is crazy good. I love it. Thank you. This 0.2 millimeter like lead, I love it, but it's like you have to breathe carefully around it or it just snaps. It's like super fragile. Sometimes I just stop. Yeah, you have to take. Yeah, you have to take breathing breaks so you like to let your brain focus. Sometimes, like when I'm painting like a miniature model, like you have to like stop and or like when I stop, I'm like, did I breathe for the last 30 minutes? Because it really feels like I don't remember last time I took a breath. Red, hi everyone. Hey Red, how's it going? How are you? I'm doing good, Red. How's it going? Just drawing some wings. I think after this stream, I'm gonna go on like a lengthy walk. I need to start like exercising again, or like doing some physical activity. I know I've been talking about it lately a lot, but I need to like actually go do it. Cause like last time I actually did it, I felt really good. Like I need to find a way, cause I've been getting so bored of video games. I'm like, I don't know, it might just be like an age thing. It's not as fun as it used to be. I need to like go outside. And I guess yesterday I had an excuse because the clouds were getting kind of crazy, and I didn't want to like get rained on, but. I'm painting with dots, so sometimes I have to take a short break because all I see is dots and my eyes hurt. Yeah, and sometimes I've just step back and see it from another. You know, something that's really helped me is just having like this monitor here that like I can kind of look over and see what everything looks like from like kind of like a further perspective, and it helps me to kind of put the picture together because you do kind of like when you stare at the same thing for like a multi-hour session, your brain kind of gets fried a little bit, and you can't like process the information correctly. So it does help to have like a monitor to like with like this camera setup, and I can just kind of look over there and be like, okay, you know, I kind of have like a different perspective, so that like really helps. But yeah, I had to like like staring at dots is that's it has its own like effect. Like I had to stop painting miniature models for a little bit just because like my eyes just I can't like I only have so many hours of like straining my eyes that I can do for a day before like I just fall apart. I do the same in my streams. It's like hypnosis. Yeah, it is. Like it really kind of is a weird, like if you really like break down drawing, you're kind of like sitting there hallucinate, like you're doing a light form of hallucination and sort of scribbling it into a piece of paper, like some sort of a crazed like priest, right, from the past. It's kind of a weird thing, like when you break down what's actually happening, of a person like imagining like an idea, and then they're just sitting there for hours and hours. And it's like if you like were to explain it to an alien, it would seem like some sort of a somebody that's gone completely mad, you know. But we do it. That's just what humans do. I don't know. And it's not entirely clear what the point of it is, too. I mean, some people like to buy it, but, you know. We're all mad here. Kinda, yeah. Like, I don't. I mean, even if you like think about what books are, it's like we scribble like letters on pieces of paper to like communicate stories. It's just like it's a very like when you like break down like what's happening and like explain it like step by step. Like it's very weird how humans like do things, you know. Because if you're like the first one suggesting these ideas, like we should, you know, get pieces of paper and like scribble on them like the things that are happening, like these visions I see, right? It's like it just sounds crazed. It doesn't sound like a normal activity until it's just sort of became accepted over time. But I bet the first people that were trying to draw stuff on cave walls, they got, you know, they probably were shunned or something. I feel like I'm kind of getting close to done. Like I'm kind of getting to that point. I'm really happy though with like the way everything turned out. This, I would like to make this a little darker here with like this whole area. Drawing, painting is like zoning out into another universe. Yeah, it kind of that's kind of how I think about it. I went down like the rabbit hole a lot with like on YouTube with like the whole simulation theory, and yeah, kind of, you know. It can be described that way. Like that's what it feels like, is you're just kind of consciously teleporting, you know, non-permanent kind of like visual into another kind of version of life or something that see the reason I'm kind of like a little bit like sympathetic towards the idea that it's sort of a simulated reality is that like it's sort of suspicious to me that when we're awake, our abilities like are obviously some people are like super talented at certain activities, but you know, if your graphics card in your computer is showing you a video game, it's working very hard to do that, right? it doesn't like make sense that when we go to sleep, your brain would be working very hard to like render out an entirely different world, right? Because your brain is resting during this period, right? So if it's resting, it shouldn't be, if that is, if that like imagery is happening locally, right? You would be waking up more tired because it's working really hard to produce that, which is kind of where I align a little bit more with like Tesla, where he thought of the brain as more of a relay that gets information from somewhere, more so than being a localized computer that renders reality. Because then, if you had this brain power when you sleep to perfectly render out worlds that you've never been to and meet people you've never met, right? It would then have this ability would transfer when you're awake. It wouldn't just go away like what, can you remember what you ate 3 days ago? Probably not, right? So it's like it wouldn't be so feeble when you're awake and then super powerful when you fall asleep, and it's doing the opposite of resting, right? So it kind of like, it just doesn't like make sense. It like the simulation theory kind of like makes sense from that standpoint. Like, so that's kind of how I feel about it. At least I'm open and sympathetic to that worldview, because I'm like, it just kind of like doesn't add that. It just doesn't add up. The brain being so powerful when you sleep, it just seems like, yeah, you're kind of like, grabbing info from somewhere that isn't localized. You know what I mean? It just kind of feels that way. And a lot of physicists now are kind of aligning their sort of model with that worldview. And of course, I'm not going to go into the whole double split experiment where apparently, photons react to whether you're observing them or not, and they behave differently, just like in a video game, right? The part of the level where you're at is being rendered, and where you're not at, it's not being rendered, and it makes perfect sense from that standpoint. So I don't know, but it's just at least interesting. I don't know. At least I enjoy going down these rabbit holes. Sounds interesting. My rabbit hole are plants. What do you mean, like just gardening stuff, or like you think that they are like eldritch gods? What do you mean? I have a whole collection. Kind of turned my home into a jungle. Oh, okay. I think every time I try to own a plant, I overwatered it and just killed it. Because I'm like, more water is good. I'm not a, yeah, I just cut my grass. That's the most interaction I have with plants, is cutting the grass and then running right back inside the house as quickly as possible. I did grow tomatoes one year, which was great. I planted those like miniature tomatoes, if you know what I'm talking about, and they were actually really really good. I absolutely love that. It's just that the issue too is that like I probably spent more money on the water I was using to water them down, than like what I would spend if I just had like bought them at the store, which kind of doesn't make sense because you would think, I don't know, that you'd, because I water them like I don't know how it works, but I went out there and I watered them every morning. Like that's what I thought you had to do, is grab the hose and just, pour water on them. And yeah, I did get like a crazy amount of tomatoes for like 2 months. It seemed like I would go out there and just go grab a handful every morning, and it was great. But the downside was that like it was a lot of work, kind of like not crazy work, but it's like tending. It wasn't very, like, let's say, organized. I just planted the seeds and like kind of in a corner where there was some shade, a balance of shade and light. Like I knew enough about gardening that I didn't want the sun just beaming down on them and just killing them. But so yeah, I don't know. It was an interesting undertake. And then I planted some potatoes too, and that like I got like nothing out of it. I got like half a bucket worth of potatoes. I was just experimenting, like, and let's say the yield was not very impressive. It wouldn't be enough to get through the winter. Like a dark European winter where you'd be done for. I take hours to care for them. Did you know there is no scientific explanations on why sunflowers are able to stare at the sun and follow the sun's set and rise? Oh, it's one of the biggest mysteries in botany. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I don't even know if that's true, but I'm buying that theory, like hook, line, and sinker. I don't know why that feels true. But it makes sense that it would be like a satellite following the sun. Like it kind of, I'm assuming that there's right at the neck point, like somehow the plant knows to adjust its cells somehow to like turn the head. I don't know, but it is very interesting. It actually makes sense. It needs as every plant sunlight to photosensitive to grow. I could imagine it tries to get as much sun as it possibly could get. I mean, flowers do open, right? Flowers, like when the sun comes out, you notice they close and then they kind of like open up, right? Like if you watch on like one of those fast cameras, right? Like that you can see the flowers move. You just can't see it when you're in real time because it's slow, but I don't know. It's a thing. Do you post these streams anywhere? I would like to see the first early hours of this current drawing. You can on YouTube. If you subscribe on YouTube, you can find the original. You can scroll back through the VODs and stuff and like check them out. This one I already had like a little bit of a sketch going when I started, because I knew I would be drawing something like kind of complicated. So I didn't want to start drawing and like, off the cuff like that. But yeah, they're on YouTube. I don't like post them. It's just how YouTube works. It just automatically saves your live stream. But yeah, you can check it out there. And but I need to start doing more. Like because I was talking with somebody about this. It's like, I did go through a phase where I didn't like especially when I first started streaming. I would never like start streaming with like without the baseline already kind of down, like at least loosely. And then I started doing more, like forcing myself to stream from like the very beginning. I think the other thing is that like sometimes I don't have a concept for the title and description until I start drawing, and then once there's a little bit of a formulation, I know how to title the stream, right? So part of it is that too, is that like how do you title a stream if I'm gonna like draw something off the cuff completely, right? Like once it's there, I just title it that same thing. Once the concept, right? But if I don't know what I'm going to draw and I'm just going to sketch creatures, I guess I could title it sketching creatures or something. But yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just more of, you know, a comfort zone. But I can definitely start a drawing, you know, from scratch on a live stream. It's just most of the time I kind of don't. I have tomatoes. The first time this year, I have exactly 3 tomatoes on 6 plants. That's all I get this year. Dude, I had like 100. They just wouldn't stop. Like once the plant got going, it seemed like it produced like I had months worth of tomatoes, and it was cool because like every morning I would just go grab, you know, new tomatoes. I loved it. I also think it's so interesting that plants, especially in the jungle, climb up the trees and build up fenestrations, holes in their leaves, so the ones below also get through legit. You should draw stuff out of the world of Elden Ring and Dark Souls. It seemed like your type of world based off your art on Instagram. Yeah, I like the sort of hyper gothic, dark kind of stuff. Um, I just never, you know, I usually don't do fan art. I kind of like to make stuff up as I go, but nothing against it. I might do it, but if somebody was like, you know, here's money to go draw this exact thing, then, but usually I just kind of like to make up my own armor, you know, things of that nature. But yeah, Dark Souls is very cool. Although I've never been like that type of player. I'm not really big into like RPGs or whatever. Uh, I tried playing Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, and like I I enjoyed it, but like I did, you know what I mean. But um, I don't know. You know, it's just one of those things where I just kind of I like more strategy games, building towns, you know, economy management, and shooter games and stuff like that. But I'm more of a like I like to just build towns and have armies and stuff. That's more like my that's where my heart. Those are the kind of games I really like the gameplay of. You know, if Gothic is your style, you would love Bloodborne. Have you played that game? I definitely know what you're talking about. I've seen it. But like I said, it's just that type of game is like not my type of game. But I do like the monsters and stuff, like the monster design. Never mind. It seems like you like a more laid back, chill out style of gaming. That's cool. I mean, I don't know. Like I like Call of Duty and stuff. I'm trying to remember like what last game was like super intense. But I mean, that was pretty good. You know, I played a lot of shooter games and stuff. It's just that like the sort of the RPG is kind of like, well, I like the Diablo style games, you know, Path of Exile and stuff. I like those games a lot. I just don't like the, you know, basically like the Dark Souls genre. I like the look of it. I just don't like the game. You know, I've never really played it, but I just it feels like I wouldn't like it. It's like racing games. I don't even need to try it. I know I like the way cars look, but I don't need to. Um, you know, like I feel like once I've played like one racing game, I feel like I get it. This is not for me. Uh, how's it going, Nikki? Sorry, um, and out due to work. Gotcha. No, it's cool, man. I'm just over here chilling, kind of finishing up the work, you know, just kind of cleaning things up, and I can't wait to see how this is gonna look. I'm still gonna put it in Krita and adjust the contrast a little bit, you know, play with some shadows and do the final post, and we'll see kind of how it does. I have a good feeling about this. Oh yeah, Die Biba. You said you stream. I'm gonna give you a follow really quick. Oh wait, am I following you? I think I am following you. I thought for some reason I don't remember that. Okay. You already do, I think. Yeah, I checked it. It says it. Yeah. It just kind of sucks that on Twitch. Thank you for the follow, Shoxor. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. It's just I blanked. I forgot what I was gonna say. Hey, Four O's in chat. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. If you ever see me stream and join, just say hi and I'll switch to English. Oh, nice. Yeah. I'll definitely try and catch that. It's just that on Twitch, sometimes when you look at your left tab, like of all the people streaming, sometimes I've been looking for somebody, but then like I manually typed their name in when I couldn't see them live, and then they were live. So I don't know. Sometimes it's like I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes I have a hard time finding who's streaming. Twitch is I don't know. I feel like a lot of websites are hard to navigate, but Twitch is no exception. It's a little bit unintuitive sometimes. I'm fine, thanks. How are you? We're all doing really good. guess it's also a little confusing due to time zone. Yeah, that might be it too. I think the only thing I kind of have to like kind of go over again is just like I kind of want this base to be a little darker. Other than that, I'm feeling pretty good about things. I know it's a little bit of a shorter stream because of like the... Normally I like to go a little bit longer, but I really like that I also don't want to keep pushing the rendering beyond like my skill level and then kind of ruin something accidentally. And I'm in a really good place right now. I kind of just want to darken in the base with the pencil. The issue of doing it in Krita too much is you get that kind of digital look a little bit if you go too heavy with the effects and you start to degrade like that kind of traditional look. So I'm going to, I'm just going to darken this in, and then I'm going to leave it at that. That should be kind of like, well, I say that, but actually, like, even as I say that, I'm like already found a thing to work on. But basically, yeah, I'm really happy with this. It's 9. The colors you use, is that pastel pencil or color? It's a color pencil. I did order some pastels because I'm super excited to try. I don't know. It might have already arrived, but I ordered some of this French brand pastels from them. I think if I remember correctly, but I use a mix of things like. For this black, this is kind of like a compressed charcoal. My 8B that I use is like the Faber-Castell. That's like a regular lead pencil. This is the 2B. So it kind of ranges, but yeah, like I find that like the color, like this color is like a super chalky pencil. I'm not even sure like what brand it is. I just found it, and it's super chalky, and it lets me like blend things. Just finished the leaves of my painting, just the detail left, so I'm happy. Nice. Are you gonna, you have an, Dai Biba, do you have an Instagram? I'll follow you on there so I can see your work or whatever. Because it's like way easier for me to catch people's work on there, because I usually check Instagram obsessively, And so like I'll probably see that, and Twitch is like harder for me to spot when someone's streaming. It's just hard. I don't know. I find it like less likely. If you have an Instagram, I'll check your work out there. I'm back from ads. My last Insta posts are 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Jorts. Wait, did I miss? Where are you from? Wait, you're both. Wait. Shut. Is everyone here from? It seems like everyone on Twitch is actually from Germany, because anytime they ask where they're from, except for Future Oil Painter, everyone else is like. It just seems like it's like there's a lot of Germans on Twitch. I mean, there is a lot of French. Actually, I did run into a lot of French, but it just seems like it's just nice, same. Yes, that's very funny. I thought it was the other person responding. I'm like, there's no way. That's very cool, though. Okay, I'll follow. I see your thing. I'm gonna follow back. Cool. All right. That way I can kind of keep an eye on your work. I forgot that you followed me on Twitch that way, or on Insta that way I can just follow that account back. This makes us official citizens of Germany. Yeah, that's how that works. It's just weird because like on YouTube you never really have that. I feel like on YouTube it's, you know what I mean. It's not like that. Like Twitch is just like it's just Europeans. Maybe just the art section because it's like where everyone like kind of flocks to. I don't know. I feel like on YouTube I never had. It's just like everything is like completely you just get a completely random kind of people. But on Twitch it's just like Europe. Peons. Back in 1 minute. I have to check. I'm following you. I have to check if I'm following you on Insta. Do you want the link? There should my thing should be in the bio. I have a little harder time blending in since I'm a spicy Latino. These rocks are slowly getting there. We've so many nationalities here. I guess you blend in easy. Guess you'll blend in easily. Nice. Get to the chopper. Wait, what? Did the conversation? Hold on. Where did the conversation go? Uh, all right. I already, I already follow you. Can't wait to enjoy Oktoberfest. Can't wait to enjoy Oktoberfest. I have the feeling the German art bubble on Twitch is really small. When I rated you, I just wanted to have someone doing traditional art, not digitally. I feel there aren't much in. I feel like there aren't much in Germany. Oh, traditional artists. Yeah, it does. It is nice to have like this like little kind of a thing with the traditional thing because people do want to see like like people working with paper and stuff still. So it's kind of neat to have like a little niche. I hope you love a good German beer when you'll be happy there and some good German Volks music. I've never had German beer. I only drink cheap American beer, but I've heard it's good. I don't even know like what that conversation would be like. I know American beer is supposed to be like trash, and I accept that. Like I believe that to be true. I don't dislike it. I think it's fine, but I've heard good things about German beer. But I've never. I don't know where you would even go to find it. I'm sure you can get it in the States. I just it's outside the spectrum of like what I would like know about. Get to the Choppa. Future Oil, you keep saying that like that's a German thing, but I don't think that's a Get to the Choppa is a reference from a 80s action movie. Hold on. What's going on? Germany, we gotta fix that. What do we gotta fix? Good German beer. Hold on, I'm trying to. Good German Volks music. I personally hate the music there. In Germany, German beer is another level. I promise. Love me some bratwurst and beer. I'm not big in, but I can adapt level. Anyone will outdrink you, I promise. I'm a non-competitive drinker. Like I just kind of chill out. I just kind of zone out and just chill. I did have speaking of Mexico, I did have like a good Mexican alcoholic beverage. It was like a tomato. Like it just tasted like a tomato drink, but it was like really salty and strong. But it totally worked. Actually, tasted really good. Can't I think it was like Mandela or like it was something Mandela. I can't remember the name of it, but that was really tasty. I'm a lightweight. I outdrink them on coffee. Even the 16-year-olds. Oh, isn't it like? When can you drink in Germany? Is it 16 now? Cause I swear to God, you have to be 21 in America. We can't be trusted with anything. Modelo mix drinks. I like the lime flavor. That's another thing. Is a lot of Mexican drinks are very limey. If you like lime, I feel like whenever I think of like anything like Mexican drinky, it's gonna have lime in it. So, and I do enjoy it. Like I said, the Mandela, the tomato one was like a one that I thought was a banger. Like it was like really stood out. In term, it's you're not just like drinking it for the alcohol. It's like actually kind of tastes good. It's I'm kind of I actually weirdly like tomatoes. Um, I should send a German beer so you can taste. I should send a German beer so you can taste. Beer and wine at 16, other things with 18. Really? but send Himmel a good beer, not Oettinger. I just know Bud Light. Like the only is like, I drink the what I consume is like the bottom of the barrel of the American alcohol. Like it's not even good by American standards. Even like what I drink is like what we look down on. It wouldn't even, you know. And the thing is I don't even hate it. It's like it's fine. No, Oettinger is not good. The thing is I'm sure in America, like if I looked into it, you can get German beer. You know what I mean? Like it's not a I can probably get my hands on it. It's not, but you're not gonna find it at like a local store. I can't believe we're not allowed to drink till we're 21. Isn't that the new? I think that's where the law is right now. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Like we just can't be trusted with alcohol or like anything really. It just goes off the rails immediately. The best Schachner burger. Am I saying that right? Schachen Schachenburger from my region. I can't say. I just can't say that. The very best is Schachenburger, Western Wald, Brau. I'll have to write that down. Yeah, I remember being in the military and not being able to drink legal. Isn't that crazy that you can join the military, but you can't vote or drink? uh, the very best is I'm gonna copy and paste that into the tab and see if like they have it on the internet. It's just German websites. I thought it was gonna take me to like Amazon, and then like or so, like an Amazon link. It's just taking. I'm just seeing like German websites. I wouldn't be able to navigate them, but I'll keep it open in my link and just type it into Amazon and see if I can like get ChatGPT to like decipher where I can get some. But yeah, I would definitely like to try it and all that. The worst part is if I did try it and I like really liked it and then that they became like the new standard, because it's almost like when you live in trash and you don't know, you have the peace of mind. But if you realize like that you've been drinking, poo poo water, then it's like how can you go back? It's almost better not to know that things can be good and just live in the blindness forever. You know what I mean? It's almost like I don't want to find out that I've been missing out and then now I have to suffer or you know what I mean? It's like nope, you can just get it local. Not even in every part of Germany. You can just get it local. Wow. Guys, I think this picture is done. I think I'm done with it. I'm kind of at that level. Well, I could refine things here and there. But I feel like I'm at that level where... I'll definitely try to catch you streaming Dai Beba. And try to catch your art. Sometimes it's just Twitch is like not one of those things that I usually check Instagram a lot more because it's a lot easier to catch people's work and stuff. But yeah, I'll look into the beer thing, you know. I gotta try it. Everyone says it's really good. My art on Insta is in the highlights. My art on Insta is in the highlights. Through here or through Instagram? Let's see. Insta, okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, see now. All right, I'll look through it. I'll look through it. But it's a good. It was a good stream. I mispronounced a bunch of German words. We learned. We laughed. We discussed trolls and how to deal with them. It was a really cool stream. But yeah, it's like even as I say I'm done, like I can't stop like kind of working. I keep seeing things that I need to work on. But yeah, this is basically done. I really like this piece. I really like the way it overall kind of where it went. I think this is gonna be. I think it's gonna do well. But yeah, I need to do more winged creatures. I really like. I feel like, you know, things are overall, like when I look at like my work from 8 months ago, things are headed in the right direction. I feel like for a long time I didn't see progress, but now I look at certain works and I see the difference. Like I'm starting to see like this kind of shift towards a more professional, polished look, and overall just things look better, more coordinated. It's just going in the right ways. Anyway, but I'm gonna rate out Twitch. I super appreciate like all the viewers. Danke. I do know what that word means. Danke. Thank you. Fewer. Don't know that. Die. I know that's not the same word as die. But by Krug. So yeah. I know my German is I know it's really not that good, but we'll work on it. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? But yeah, isn't it? It's like it's really die Heba. How do you say thank you for the beer? Oh, that's okay. That's what she was translating. Have a nice evening. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. The can also mean der, die, das. I think das I've heard of. But anyway, I'm gonna raid out Twitch so I can go post this and go on my walk. Like I said, I need to start like going outside and stuff and like just putting pressure on my body instead of like sitting inside all day. Anyway, I appreciate all the viewers. Obviously, I think a lot of these people are from gym. Outstanding. I like this one. Very polished. Cheers. Thank you, Bex. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm gonna raid out Twitch really quick. Again, thanks to Jim Lee for bringing in all these new people and all that. Very awesome. Who am I following? Have a nice evening. Thank you. Don't forget to do your butt crunch. Oh, okay. I won't forget. Oh, this guy. He does like car rings and stuff. I remember him.